And welcome to the stream. This is yet another episode of Taffs Well F.C. and Football Manager. So, last time out, we actually managed to win our first league game, but we lost a friendly against Newport prior to that, as well as the cup game against Lisbury, or however it's pronounced. And that's kind of annoying, because we lost the last game prior to that against them too. And wonder oh wonder, apparently we will play them in the league next time out. So I've definitely had enough of this. We will go there and we will devastate them. As it should be. If that will happen though, nobody knows. So I guess you need to stick around to find out. Through, the very interesting goals and all of the boring stuff that is included in Football Manager, which is very interesting to me personally, and obviously to some other people too. So we'll do that. Also, in case sound still sounds like a bathtub, that's probably because my insulation material, the acoustic stuff, is still out on the balcony, misused as some sort of, comforting material to lay down upon. So I guess we will need to make do with what we have. So maybe it's best if we recap first, right? Let's do a recap. Don't worry, not of the games. We'll do a recap of their individual performances, because most of them are not in a perfect mood. So let's see how they did. He had a 7.1 rating in the end. 5 saves, 1 conceded. Yeah, he had a few good saves, that's true. I think we can praise his goalkeeping anyway, despite him conceding. That's fine. Good job, man. Good job. Jamie Roberts, he arguably had a really good game. I will probably praise his tackling, or maybe the chance created, not sure. Probably the tackling. That's fine. Not a reason not to play him next time out, which is quite impressive. He's definitely the worst of the three fullbacks, but performance-wise, doesn't show. So I guess that's good. Gareth Griffiths, the youngster, had a wonderful performance, given his skill level. Sure, some improvement could be had here. I don't like the passing very much. So maybe let's criticize the passing. 29 out of 54 is not great. Not even for a central defender. Okay, he's in perfect mirror anyway. So, Cole Gibbings. I think Cole Gibbings' game was a bit better than the last time. Yeah, that's fine. 16 out of 20 Henders is 80%, and his tackling is 2 out of 2. So praising the tackling is probably the best thing we can do. That's it. Well done, sir. You heard he got thrown off the pitch. He got an automatic fine for half a week's wages, if I'm not mistaken. That's it. 6.4 rating, sure. That's not great. That's due to the red card, though. And the red card was definitely a good decision. So I will not complain about that. I'd rather praise his tackling, actually. Nice job, man, with the exception of the red card. But on the other hand, the red card was a good job, too. So who cares? Darren Evans. Darren Evans started in defensive midfield. I think we substituted him due to a yellow card at some point. He wasn't great. It's very much a case of want at this point. So, I'm happy with him. I'm happy with the red card, if you remember the scene. He got thrown off the pitch. He got fined. So, that saves us some wages. He got a 6.4 rating. Fine, whatever. But in the end, it saved us at least you know? We didn't concede a goal. So why would we be unhappy? It was the right decision in that situation to go for the red card. I like that. It's not very that's not great sportsmanship, but fuck sportsmanship. We want success. We can have sportsmanship once we dominate the league. So, seen from that perspective, that red card is totally fine, and he will not be on the pitch next time out. And there is exactly one alternative in the squad, if I'm not mistaken, and it's Latona. So, no decision to be made here, right? I hope that answers the question. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit ridiculous right now, but I don't know what to say. We will see from game to game, from match to match. So with this guy, yeah, the 6.5 rating wasn't that great. His passing was okay though. Heading was okay. I wouldn't say he was specifically bad. We just took him off due to the yellow card, right? Also, he played for 60 minutes, apparently. So, I guess we can praise his passing. That's a good passing ratio for a defensive midfielder, isn't it? That's good. Otherwise, it's not fantastic, but for the first game, that's fine. Ryan Gibson, I think he scored, right? Yeah. 15 out of 18 passes, 2 out of 2 tackles, and he scored. Apparently, he should have scored a second, but who cares? Let's praise him for the scoring. Fantastic. Now he's in perfect morale. Great. So, Charanella, did that answer your question? Or did you think about long term or anything? Because you know, I have no idea about that. So in case you want to give some context to that question, feel free. I'm happy to elaborate, or to take on additional input. Right? You know me at this point. If you have different thoughts about this, feel free to enlighten me. That's good tackling, I guess. 1 out of 1. Not a bad game by Lewis. That's okay. Yeah, and he will probably... So it wasn't a bad foul. It was just a tactical foul. So he shouldn't be suspended for more than 1 game. So if Latona has a good game, cool. Maybe Latona gets a second. If he doesn't, well, then I guess the Hurdy comes back. Or at least he might. Ollie Isaac didn't have a great game. 6.3 rating. That's to be expected though. He's not used to... Did we find these players? No, I don't think so. 6.1 and below we did find, right? Yeah, so no chances created here. That's an easy one. Yeah, he's in perfect morale anyway. So who cares? Terry Copp, though, isn't. So with Terry Copp, 6.2. I think that's enough for 1 day's wages. To me. I like a bit of discipline. Hopefully he will agree with it. I will praise his tackling, actually. That's good. But chances created, there's nothing. So I had a look into some traits for him, and one thing comes to mind immediately. He's got the mentals on attack duty for somebody to cut inside in general. But what's missing is either creative passing or really good dribbling for somebody to cut inside. So it's not like that's much. We're specifically speaking about either the passing attribute or the dribbling attribute. The rest of it is okay for somebody that cuts inside. But we want one of the two. And at this point in time, we try to improve his mentals. So, not sure. There's no other trait that comes to mind specifically. Runs with ball more often or something like this, or, you know, any specific running might not be a good idea. Yeah, this is also due to the fact that yeah, that's good, yeah. So, he does have good technique and good first touch. Great advice, General. Thank you very much. That's true. I should have considered that. Let me have a look at the mentoring groups though, just to be sure. So he's with Muhammad Toker and Toby Yates. In Toby Yates' case, this is not a good idea. In Muhammad Toker's case, I don't care much. Also, Toby Yates has good technique too. So likes ball played into the feet is not bad, even for Toby Yates, who is a target man, in case he inherits that one. Well, that's unlikely. So that's technique training, right? Nope. Then it's passing training. Yeah, he has excellent technique, that's true. So there's that. And then there's Alex Holt. Alex Holt has perfect morale, so no use talking to him. But I think it's quite astounding. Alex Holt played. He had one appearance apparently in the league. No, he played 2 matches, didn't he? Yeah. So he played in a cup game, scored the only goal. He had an assist last time out, and he scored 2 goals. I don't know what to say. That's, I wouldn't say perfect, but it's close. It's really good. His overall physicals, though, are slightly concerning. You want to put it that way. This is very focused as a target man. Also, I don't like his training performance, but who cares? We cannot warn him right now. Latona didn't make an appearance, did he? No, he didn't play. So I forgot to use all 5 substitutes, because, you know, it's a league game and I was used to the 3. 16 out of 19 passes on Pablo Martinez is totally fine. Apparently no interceptions, which is quite weird to me. But I think most of the headers were the interceptions that I witnessed. So still, 16 out of 19 for midfielder, that's good, and for a defender, that's quite outstanding. Here it is. That's good. Chris Adair did come on as a central defender, didn't he? Look at that. His heading wasn't great, but 14 out of 19 passes is totally fine. Nate Davies played for 30 minutes, I think. No. I got that confused. Did Lewis play through? Apparently he did. Sure. Adam Jones didn't make an appearance. And then there's Morgan Moody. I think we brought him on. Yeah. He's on a 6.9 rating. 6 out of 6 passes, free key passes. That's not bad. So I guess this counts as 100% passing, right? Want to praise him for it. So we have a bit of time on your hands, so you might as well tell me about your plans for the weekend, and I don't know, are you excited for it? Do you need to rest? No comment. Isaac accepted his. That's great. You need a rest. Okay. That's good, man. So, well, it's not good that you need the rest, but it's good that you have the time now. From what we've heard here on the stream, it sounds like your job is quite exhausting. So, hopefully you can calm down. Aw. Yeah, the rest of life. I think I will probably do some shopping too, so even though it's not quite the same, I probably can relate at least a little bit. To have that kind of stuff in the weekend is always annoying. On the other hand, throughout the week, yeah, well, throughout work week, usually you don't have time. or one doesn't have time in general. We play the leaders of the league. Uh, did I mention that I want revenge? Okay. Okay. Yeah, but so obviously I don't want to force you into going into details. So feel free to stop there anytime. But there are jobs that are quite exhausting. Um that I feel like how do I put this? Say somebody working on an oil rig, somebody in the ocean or something like this. I imagine this is really, really hard. It comes with a lot of risks too. Same like shipping in general. You're a ways away from the next hospital. In case anything happens, you're fucked. So for this kind of job, which is also physically very demanding and risky from time to time, I think for some reason both examples are in the ocean. There's probably a lot of other stuff that's more landlocked too that comes to mind. But for this kind of stuff, you can probably use the rest. Like once you have some free time, you definitely need it. So even though it might not be that hard, if you have a job like this, usually you want some hours of sleep on top, and just nothing that has to do with your job. For some reason, they play a gegenpress style. I think we were aware. In fact, we were also aware of the players. I think we play attacking football this time out from the get-go. For some reason, this feels suited or suitable, which also means that certain players might need to change the position they're training in. Not him though. He's fine. And in Cobb's case, he's inverted winger on attack. So maybe we substitute him for better tactical familiarity, if any of the others fits the bill. Adam Jones trains as a shadow striker. He's better at it. Okay. Yeah. On the other hand, sore backs is probably not great, right? Thus, to have problems with the back. Well, on the other hand, a sore back is probably much better than recurring injury, I guess. You're just sitting on your ass all day. Like computer scientists do, which I still feel I am. So, yeah. But there's this stuff that's more or less bone wrecking on long term. Like, I don't know. Doing roofs on houses, maybe. You know, the kind of stuff where you fall down fall from the roof once, and afterwards you're basically fucked for the rest of your life if you don't have insurance. So that kind of stuff, I do not envy these people. In a way, I don't know, construction of solar panels, like the putting it on top of the roof. That sounds interesting and not that hard, but it is. Yeah, that's great though. That's definitely a plus. It's really a trade-off. Most of these jobs that seem to be less physically demanding might not be that good for your health either, because yeah, exactly. So imagining sitting in front of a computer for 8 hours. Yeah, that's not physically demanding, but the problem is not physically demanding means you need to do it in your free time. You need some physical demand on your body. Otherwise, you will wither away faster than you can imagine. So, sitting in front of a PC all day is probably not a great idea. neither is being wasted physically every day. So there's a lot of space in between. And everybody's got to figure out for themselves, right? For example, obviously professional sports is usually not good for your health anymore. I think it was Christian Genter, a former Stuttgart player, that said, if you go home after training as a professional footballer and you do not have a minor injury or are somewhat hurting, you're doing it wrong. I have. We had those in with a previous employer. I very much like them. They are great. I wouldn't want to stand the entire day, but for, say, in an 8-hour interval, so usual job day, 1 or 2 hours a day, no problem. I'm also one of these people that walks around whilst thinking, and I think a lot. You might have figured. Yeah. So for example, also for say team talks, not team talks, but individual talks, I like to do these whilst walking, but it's not accepted by most companies, sadly. A change of attitude is required. That will probably come with generational change at some point. You know, 2 people walking around the building, having a talk. This is considered work for some people, actually, as it should be. But other people look at it and they are like, they don't work! This is not within the office, this cannot be work! Well, that's what you get if your offices are shitty and you cannot move in them. Does this count as good training? So he's unpleased with... What's he unpleased with? He's not unpleased at all. This report is old. He needs the off-the-ball movement, though. I agree with this. So let's praise the 7-point-something rating. That's fine. He's unambitious, though. Ugh. Mike Morris. At 16 years, this is quite the impressive beard, right? Fully aware that this is not a thing that the AI-generated pictures try to include. Still. So Mike Morris is that looks like a playmaker type. Tries long-range passes is not bad on him. I wanna see. That's U19 mentoring. Do we have a playmaker group in here? Let's try to slap one together. What was his name again? Morris. There he is. Do we have anyone else that's more of a playmaker? He has passing 13. I guess that counts, right? No influence on the group, no influence from the group. Yeah, that counts. So now we only need a 19-year-old that is preferably professional. And a playmaker, not him. Nathan Giller is not a playmaker, right? Aaron McIver? Aaron McIver might fit the bill. That's not too bad. Yeah, he trains as a playmaker. Sure. Cool. So Aaron McIver is spirited, but I still think that's fine. Also, George Jenkins is a playmaker type. Why not? So if we include these two, McIver actually will not have any influence on the rest of the squad, but George Jenkins has. Yeah, Jenkins has. That's good. Because he's resolute. My favorite little dwarf. Fantastic. Who were the other ones complaining? Paul Williams. He's a... What's this? I guess he's a 16-year-old, and for us this is a poacher. Given that we do not play a poacher, we train him as a shadow striker. That's exactly what I expected. And he's on stamina training, and there's no complaints to be had here, so who cares? Cedric Jones. Cedric Jones probably trains as an inverted winger. And it's on support duty because he has decent work rate. That's all. Guess that's good. That's okay-ish too. That said, he needs... So we realized previously that players need technique. Mentals, they will come at one point. So let's try to give him some ball control. Because, you know, he needs passing and vision too. In fact, this is 7 together, this is 10, so probably passing is more important. The vision is really, really bad. Good training rating though, 7.6 is fine. Good job. This one. Um, I don't think I agree. So obviously the tackling rating is really bad. Same as the bravery. But he's really aggressive. And to me, this is an attacking player. I'd rather not have him this trade in case I want him to, you know, risk a foul. It might reduce the likelihood of a red card from time to time, that's true. The thing is, I have my problems with those traits on a player, because they make it... Yeah, that's definitely an idea. That's true. Knocks ball past the opponent is much better. But I just want to get back to this. If we include him in the training group that consists of players that play on the wing, some of those might have decent they might have decent tackling to a degree. And within a mentoring group, that's hard to... It's very specific to this specific player, and it's not something that necessarily benefits his role, just him as a person. So I have my problems with that. Knocks ball past the opponent though, that's totally fine. He's fast enough for this. So that's good. Well, I don't know, did a squad of Red Bull Salzburg camp in front of your window, or what's going on? That shouldn't be a problem. So thank you very much for the input, by the way. Not about a sweat, with all due respect, but about your input for the trade. That's good. George Cherry. So we trained him as a central defender. Apparently there's no complaints about his training. I don't know what's going on here. They are not displeased with the training. What the hell are you talking about? They are fine with it. He could use some additional pace, so that's good. His training rating isn't great. Let's not do this. Please improve, sir. And then there's Yunner, I guess. An unambitious future inverted winger. Same here, knocks ball past the opponent might be a good idea. Do we want us on a striker too, in case he plays striker? Sure, it's part of his role, right? That, or he doesn't have good jumping reach, he doesn't have good strength, he has good technique, and he has good first touch. This is somebody that likes the ball played into the feet, right? No heading available here. He will not get any good heading anytime soon. The training is not beneficial. Well, at least he was unhappy, actually. Staff meeting. No. No staff meeting. Summary to inbox. This could be a mail. We will have the mail. important problems are coming up. My girlfriend wants a picture of our cucumber plant and the tomato on the balcony. So, sorry, I will go for a 1-minute break, take a picture, and send it to her. I don't know why. Probably for the family. So, be right back. This is what I do for love. You didn't miss anything though. Football Manager is still processing. So, yeah, I probably need to check the set pieces. True. I figure that's something that needs to be done. Sure. In particular for the attacking tactic. I'm not sure if we did those at all. Also, a really unpopular topic might come up. So, to tell you about why I'm getting there, I had a look at a 5-minute aggregation of the result of the relegation match between Stuttgart and Hamburg in Germany, which, quite to my pleasure, Hamburger Sportverein lost by 3 goals. So that's fine. Current league standing in the title. Are we like, Taffs Well, the league is in the title. Are we? Are you suggesting like Taffs Well third in JD Chimru South? I would need to change that repeatedly. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could do that, but I would need to change it all the time. Wouldn't I? Do other streamers do this? I'm not aware of some sort of social etiquette here on Twitch. In case that's needed, sure I could. Problem is that doesn't, you know, for an 8-hour stream, which might happen from time to time, you know me, that changes all the time. So I need to switch the title every single time. Is this what's intended? What's the, I guess, what's the purpose? I'm just not aware. It's not like I'm opposed to it. I just don't know why. So sure, we can do this. I guess that's 1-0-0 at this point. Third in the league. Okay. I'm not sure if title is a good idea though. I could try to include it in the. Okay, yeah, yeah. Well, so I don't know what motivates people that that browse the category, right? I guess for some people it is Wales. For some people it might be the club. So the club title is probably needed. But I'm not so sure if the performance is what people are going for. I don't know. Is this how it works? Like, if you have a good performance, everybody will watch your stream? Is this how things work? Or if you are really bad, people will watch your stream? You know, everybody loves an underdog and so on. Yeah, honest question. So I can definitely do that. I'm not sure if it's... it might be clutter though, you know, especially on mobile, where every single character is probably a war to be fought over. So I need to perform well. Oh, fuck. Well, okay. Sure, I could do that. I can put it like this. So I can do Taffs Well third in JD Chumru South, and then 1 0 0. Probably in front there. Nah, nobody reads that. Nobody cares. I don't know. So I will try to include that. I think it's a nice suggestion. I'm just not sure how to, if I want to, you know, change it every single time that we play the game. But sure, we can. That might make it easier for other people to follow. Does anyone know a central defender named Francis? I just can't remember. Does anyone we wanted to sign? Probably. So what was I going on about? Yeah, but at the time speaking, this is 1 0 0. So it's not that interesting. Sure, I can do that. I refreshed it, but or I changed it, but I don't think it makes much of a difference to people outside here. That's it. It's a nice suggestion, so why not? Maybe people are interested in that. It's hard to do A/B testing on that. Okay, so if you think it looks cool, that's one person that thinks it looks cool. If other people think it looks stupid, they will tell me. As long as they don't tell me, we can use this. Why not? Feedback is good. So if you think it's cool, why not? That's a perfect time for Chernal to come around and say he thinks it looks stupid just for fun. But seriously, no. It's fine. Let's try this, at least for now, and maybe next time, and, you know. I will try to remember it. You gotta remind me of it, though. Alright, great. Everybody's got the same opinion. Fine. Fantastic. You asked about set pieces, Chernal. I want to get back to this. There's a really very much like part of set pieces that came up in the game again between Stuttgart and Hamburg, and that is defending corners. Defending set pieces, specifically corners. Because Hamburg did zonal marking, and you might know Konstantinos Mafropanos. I think his first name is Konstantinos. Hopefully it is. So you might know Mafropanos from Arsenal, or he was in Nuremberg on loan prior to joining Stuttgart. But it's a former Arsenal player, young guy. at that age, at this point, probably not that young anymore. And he's a force to be reckoned with, central defender. So due to the zonal marking, nobody was there to man-mark Konstantinos Mavropanos. And I think he scored 2 in that game. Both headers, both off the corners. And Hamburg looked really stupid. So I thought to myself, what's the best defending, actually, for set pieces for our formation? For our skill set? What's best? And there's so many different mentalities for that kind of stuff, I'm quite aware. I'm not aware of what to do, though. So that's definitely a source of where, you know, there's great potential on the upside. So maybe we should look at that. And I hate to say this because it's really freaking boring. But on the other hand, if we can get a point here and there out of this, this might be really great. Martin Ruins with the club, that's fine. Do I want to go through these? Apparently he has a weaker foot. He's... Sure. Training rating is not great. But I guess we can put some skill points towards his weaker foot, why not? Luca Lotona is not a great throw-in taker. Yeah, the problem is Football Manager always suggests me to use somebody else here for, you know, throw-ins. It's not like we can put the right winger on left throw-ins. Same problem with the Hurdy. He's banned though, so who cares? Coaching assignments to add. Is this something that Julian Jenkins and Jordan, whatever the name is? Coaches. To better balance the workload. Workload is light. So we're talking about my workload here. Well, the avatar's workload, that is. Sure, he can do the coaching here, but there's no sense to this. Problem is we do not have a great fitness coach. That's really the biggest problem. In fact, the best fitness coach we have is called Bacon. That's just me, isn't it? Okay. So no reassignment of coaching stuff. That said, one thing comes to mind. Everything that is 1.5 star category. Yeah, he's made for the job, definitely. With that name, right? We need to keep his. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, I think so too. That said, I would rather, if I could get rid of a coaching category, on Enzo Vrancic, another category might go up. So we need somebody that can do at least 1.5 star coaching, preferably 2, in one of these categories. For example, tactical defending or technical attacking or technical possession. All right. So we don't have a free spot. Let's look for a free spot first. Maybe we get, you know, we are a lower league club that doesn't spend much on coaches. So we might as well ask the board again for an additional coach if we can. Also, I want a sports scientist, always. Never mind, we cannot have a coach. Not today. Ryan Gibson should be added to fairly professional no trade. I do not think that this is suitable because he has traits. Gary Moody will definitely not be added to a group with no traits, no. Not a Will Harry Martin. Alex Holt does not move into channels because he's good in the air. Do I agree with this? Ah. Does not move into channels is at this point, this is like penalty area striker, right? Target forward. There was some sort of a penalty area striker trait previously. Is this what does not move into channels means these days? Movement. That's off the ball, right? If only I could find it. Great. Yeah, is this the former static target man trait? Does not move into channels. That was named penalty box player before Football Manager 2016. At least according to Guide to Football Manager. I think that's it. Well, a false 9 is more of a technical role, isn't it? So, seen from that perspective, no. But plays with back to goal means he's the one to... if long balls come up towards the target man, he's the one to put them on the chest and drop them to the feet and then play a possession pass, for example. That's his job. Or a through ball, in case he can. So he's the primary target for, long balls. But he will not be the one to score, usually. Usually he will lay off passes and ideally he should have creative passes. In his defense, so first of all, there's space created by him wherever he shows up, and we've seen this in recent games. I think that's a plus. Because, he draws defenders. Usually not only one. He draws like 2 defenders usually, and they do not stand a chance to tackle him, because he's strong. Exactly. He will not. He will be behind them most of the time. But actually that's good, because assuming he's in front, in front of the wingers in this situation, ball comes to his chest, he drops the ball to the feet, wingers try to cut inside, beyond his current level on the pitch, and he can use his foot or whatever. As long as he can see one of the wingers and where they are running to, he can play a penetrating pass. So seen from that perspective, he's more like a deep lying forward, if you want to put it that way. But a deep lying forward wouldn't necessarily, receive the ball on the chest. A deep lying forward usually receives the ball with the feet, because he's technically gifted. He is not technically gifted. He has like 2 people behind him, 2 central defenders behind him or something. I don't know, running into his back, and he uses his elbow to get rid of these players, receive the ball on the chest, and then play a possession pass. And that might create chances, because, he drew 2 defenders out of position, because they need to close him down. So the right choice in this situation is not to close him down at all. Let him receive the pass for free. But that, on the other hand, means that he's really dangerous because he is, he has some space. Also, obviously, he might not receive the ball on the chest, he might receive it on the top of his head and just play a flick on. So, seen from that perspective, he's a false 10, right? He's not a striker, he's a creative player in a certain way. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Because he doesn't need to change the direction of his movement anytime soon. The only thing he needs is to remain on his feet, which is exactly what balance does. Right? Because the direction will not change. He will face the own goal most of the time. So agility is highly unimportant to him. He needs to stay on his feet, and then the argument can be made that with better agility, he might, dribble for 2 steps or something. So, but it's not his job. I don't know why this is not included. Problem is concentration can probably be included in most of the actions in Football Manager. So I wouldn't argue that this is specifically needed, but I wouldn't argue that this is specifically needed for most players. Or the other way around. It's needed for all of them. It's hard to determine a role that really needs concentration all the time. I guess any role that includes repeated passing. So any playmaker type, where small errors can have large consequences. As a target forward, if you are unconcentrated, I would argue you might lose out on a chance to create or something. Yeah, in defending, sure, that makes sense. If you're unconcentrated in defense, there might open up a chance for the opposition. So I guess concentration is not that important for attackers. Seen from that perspective, yeah. That's a good argument, actually. We can probably see this, though, can't we? Because for central defenders, yeah, concentration is within the sample, right? And even for no-nonsense center-back, concentration is within the sample. There's sense in this. And let's have a look at the playmaker, too, just to make sure that I wasn't talking out of my backside. It's not in here. Interesting. So, yeah, disregard that. Apparently concentration is not that important. It's strictly a defensive attribute in that sense, if this is true. Off-the-ball movement is an attacking attribute. Off-the-ball movement has nothing to do with defending. So the defensive sample is, you can basically use the mental attributes of the central defender. Anticipation, decisions, concentration, bravery, and whatever I forget right now. It's the top 5. These are the defensive one. No, the top 5 plus the positioning, so I'm forgetting 2. But I will have a look. That's basically the mental package for defending, yeah. And for attacking, the mental package is anticipation, off-the-ball movement, decision-making, and composure. Composure is one I forgot in defending too. Composure, I think. It's to be calm with the ball at your feet and to, make the right decision. So decisions is in there too. But assuming that a defender comes steaming towards you, especially if it's somebody that's big that will just run over you, a certain amount of composure is probably needed. So I think composure is the one. Whilst concentration is for not being mentally absent in defensive situations. Keeping hold of your precision in the shape and so on. Doing your job once it's needed. And decision-making is important in both, obviously, because you need to decide for the right pass or the right play in attack, but you need to decide when to close down an opponent, for example, in defense. So decisions is important for both. In fact, decisions is important for most of the actions on the pitch. So decision-making is a really great attribute that influences most of the game to a minor degree. Which brings me to dynamics. See what this does? No notable change to vision or reactions. Reactions means decisions. Composure is to be calm with your action, to have the mental fortitude not to get out of a calm state of mind with your current to-dos, if you want to put it that way. So usually this is for either goal scoring or playing a pass or dribbling. Composure is very related to technical attributes, if you want to put it that way. It's to have the mental fortitude to pull off a certain technical aspect of the game the way it is implied. This also relates to tackling, by the way, so it's not strictly an offensive attribute. And anticipation is to have the mental awareness of the possibility of a certain action unfolding, if that makes sense. Yeah, composure is the opposite of panic, that's true. And anticipation is the opposite of I couldn't have guessed. I didn't think this could happen. It's the opposite of anticipation, if you want to see it that way. So that's why anticipation is included in attacking as well as defensive attributes. I hope that helps. We should probably have a look at the descriptions, by the way. But, so anticipation says the player's ability to predict and react to events going on around them. So, in an attacking context, that would be something like a through ball will be played in a direction that I can run for, or this player will make a run, I should probably play the through ball. In defense, it's a through ball will be played, I should probably intercept that. I don't think there necessarily needs to be an opposite. It's not a one-on-one pair. It's not that easy. Or not that ordered, if you want to put it that way. It's not like 50% in here are defensive and 50% are offensive attributes. I think they came up with this and with the weighting with what made sense throughout the installments of Football Manager. So, I don't think it exists, really. Also, I do not think that concentration has absolutely no impact in attacking situations. Concentration might also have a minor emphasis on minor impact on most of things in an attacking sense, yes. Also, additional emphasis on might. We just don't know. It's off the ball movement that counteracts this? Okay. Well, marking is specific to a man most of the time, though. So, specific to an opponent. So, marking is a weird case. Because, you know, positioning is the correct position on the pitch. Marking is the way they are mental. I guess this is not mentally. Marking is the way they are able to follow an opponent. Not from a physical point of view, though. So it's within the technical attributes. That's kind of a weird placement, if you ask me. There's some sense to it, but because it's not strictly a mental thing, marking. But you know, there's a lot of physicals involved. If the player outruns his marker, he can have great marking as long as he wants. Yeah, and off the ball movement is it's part of what's needed to counteract concentration, I would argue. I'm not saying you're wrong, but say a player has really good off the ball movement. Concentration is not the only thing that's needed. I would argue off the ball movement is more opposed to positioning. I think it's not that easy. It's an aggregate. The aggregate of these attributes is what counts, but not like I'm not like as a sum, right? This is not like concentration plus positioning plus something else determines this or that. This is a Markov chain. So does the player have the right positioning? Check, roll a dice, D100, whatever, right? Then it's is the player concentrated right now? Again, roll the dice. Does the player anticipate this movement? Again, roll the dice. So, and if the product of all of these comes out to be true, then the player will act on it. or not act on it, depending on what the right decision is. So decisions is included in that too, and I might probably have forgotten some of these. I wouldn't say complicated specifically, because Markov chains are not that hard to comprehend, neither on an individual level, nor on on the level that determines chains of errors, for example. The pass by the playmaker wasn't avoided. The fullback didn't intercept that pass. The fullback didn't manage to close down the winger. He didn't manage to avoid the cross. The cross didn't get defended in the center because the center back didn't jump for some reason or didn't get to the ball, and the goalkeeper didn't keep it. So that's a Markov chain of errors. But each of these individual stations has a lot of attributes that influence what happened there. Yes, exactly. So these kinds of calculations are done for every situation in the game all the time. This is not like this is something that happens once every second. I think the polling interval for this is below a tenth of a second. I think Sealand did some stuff on that with somebody from SI, actually. I think he was in contact with somebody that does the game engine there. And yes, exactly. Because animation errors really are just the incapability of the engine of the graphics to display what the engine decided should happen. So it's not like the game's bugging out, it's like the animation is bugging out most of the time. At least that's how I understand it. So if you see a player go like, there's, I don't know, turning around in circles or something like this, that's just the engine determined that this is what should happen, and the graphics engine cannot keep up with it. To be fair, they got that covered really good at this point. It's not like this happens all the time, right? And I think there's a clip that I saw today, again, quoting Sealand here. There's a clip with like 150 viewers on Sealand's channel, where a goalkeeper has an absolute rubbish concentration at the end of the game and passes the ball straight to the striker. Like, straight to the striker, who's like 2 meters away. So this is in minute 93. And Sealand's team was 1 goal down. I didn't watch the stream, I'm just trying to come up with this now. And the striker passes it back towards the goalkeeper. He doesn't manage to have a good finish. And so in the end, the game gets lost, right? This is typical end of the game stuff. Because the goalkeeper is not concentrated that much. The game's at its end, right? He's not that exhausted. But the striker is probably really exhausted and really unconcentrated in this situation and just didn't expect it. The goalkeeper didn't expect the striker to pick up that ball or to be there in the first place. He just didn't, I don't know, whatever happened there. And the striker didn't anticipate to receive the ball from the opponent's goalkeeper in the situation. He just stood there and was like mental brain fart or something. Like, oh, I should probably try to score. Passes it back to the keeper. That stuff happens. In real life too, by the way. It's not a specific Football Manager thing. So, seen from that perspective, this is highly realistic. Apparently, we are happy with the number of sports scientists. Do we have a sports scientist at all? I think we signed one. Yes. Stamina is the battery size. If that makes sense. It's perfectly fine to bring on a player with 3 points of stamina for the last 30 minutes of the match. Doesn't matter. This is why old guys are a good idea for some of the roles. So I wouldn't bring on an old guy for. I'm generalizing here, by the way. This is very generalizing. So specific cases obviously might be different. But I wouldn't bring on an old guy for a winger, for example, at the end of the game where counter-attacking situations are really important. In a more defensive role, say as a defensive midfielder though, where acceleration and pace might not be that interesting, but for example, the entire mental sample for the defensive side. So concentration, decision making, anticipation, positioning, and so on. The older footballers get, the better the mentals are, usually, in general. So if you want to have a playmaker, it's usually not a great idea to use a 20-year-old. On aggregate, a 29-year-old will probably have way better mentals. He might not be that technically gifted anymore, but he will see stuff. And assuming that his role doesn't use him for running for 90 minutes, he might have a good impact on the match in general. Just think Pirlo, really. That's a very extreme example, but obviously he was really technically gifted too. But I think Andrea Pirlo is the prime example for this. Well below well beyond the peak of his career, he achieved a secondary peak quite at the end of his career, just due to the fact that his mentals were absolutely impressive and that he didn't lose his technicals. And he was included in a role in a team as a regista. You might also think Mengele Cabbage. You can also just think Malte Ekman. Because Malte Ekman was technically absolutely gifted and mentally absolutely bad. So we compensated for the bad mentals with the technicals. And throughout time with Jeder Hotdogs IK, he was capable to keep up just because he developed his mentals a little bit. And by a little bit, I'm talking like 4 points in certain attributes. In fact, let's look for Malte. How's he doing these days? Still with Jeder Hotdog. Yeah. See, so we don't know the specifics at this point. He's 25 now. He came to Jeder Hotdogs IK with a passing of 15, I think. But look at that vision, the decision making, the anticipation and that stuff. Well, sure. So, what do you mean interconnected? I can elaborate on this, obviously, for ages, but the obvious example is stamina and work rate. Stamina is, endurance. How long can you do certain physical aspects? I am not aware of an order, if this is the way you want to put it. But there's stuff like, if you anticipate a through ball, and you know your job is to run to it, and your off the ball movement is good enough that you are not close to a defender that might block you, then the physical attributes come into play, because you know you need to run for this, and this is a contest. It's contested, because the defender might also run for it. So if you do not have the physicals to pull that off, all the anticipation in the world will not help you. Yeah. So his technique might start to drop. 29 is probably a bit early. So say it's a 35-year-old. No, it's the other way. This is natural progression. Physicals are the first to go. Usually, acceleration and pace are the first to go. Strength remains a bit longer, but the physicals drop at some point. And the experience points that get dropped out of the physicals get redistributed in technicals and mentals. So technicals remain longer. But at some point, there's a certain rustiness. So I'm 37 right now. I don't feel that way, but I'm not a professional footballer. But for a professional footballer, technique at 37 is probably not on par with what he was able to do at the age of 25. Right? Because he's the coordination is starting to drop at some point. If you're not Andrea Pirlo, that is. And even in Pirlo's case. So all these experience points drop from the player in Football Manager, but they get redistributed. And given that everything else drops, at some point, mentals is the only thing that remains. There was an iteration of Football Manager that included a 50-year-old striker. I actually employed him in an English club. There were like physical attributes. The maximum was 5 somewhere. Most of those were 1. And his technicals were really, really bad. He had a decent finish, but the technicals overall, dribbling was also 5 points and something like this. The mentals, though, the mentals were like 18 to 20 everywhere. And it's quite impressive what such a player can do in a team. Because he will always be in the right spot. He will always anticipate the movement. He will always go in for the header. As long as he's, in the area. He will not win it, but he will contribute all the time. So, seen from that perspective, it's not like mentals are useless at all. But they are the last to grow naturally. Physical, technical, mental. It's the same order that they increase. You can clearly see this in youth players usually. If you look through 15-year-olds, that's goalkeeper is probably a bad idea. Physicals are usually the ones to develop the earliest. You barely have to do anything about these. In most of the players, say a central defender, you do not need to train strength. 4 is probably a bit a hard one as an example, but he comes with jumping reach 13 already. Due to his, the height. And the strength will improve over time. So once he turns 20, he might have strength 8 or 9. Sure, there's training involved, but also natural development. It's hard to determine which of the both it is in the end. But that attribute points will get allocated to physical stuff. Obviously, training helps. Mentals, you can have him on individual mental training for 5 years as a young player. Not much will happen. He will grow his physicals though. All of this is interconnected. There's no specific order. It really depends on the circumstances on the pitch and what they're trying to do right now. So, do we bring him up to the first team? I'm sorry to cut this short at this point, but I'm not sure if this is, how do I put this? I'm not sure if this is going in circles or really helping anyone. It's not like I'm opposed to the discussion, but to anyone else watching the stream later on, if you enjoyed this, please leave a comment below on the YouTube video. Thank you very much. There's no YouTube videos on Twitch though, so everyone else, carry on, have fun. Apparently this is fun to some people though. We have, there's viewers here. So, yeah. Welcome to the stream. Alright, this is the press conference for the match against, the club that I forgot. I forgot the name. Sure, the German is fine. It's very, or whatever it's called. We lost the last 2 games. The last 3, actually. Sure, because he managed, the ones that we lost against 3 times. And it's not due to his brilliance, we were just utterly stupid. Yes, it is. How do we plan to stop him? Actually, we will probably keep him away from goal. So, in recent matches, we were always trying to defend this guy. And it doesn't look like he's that hard to defend, right? Off the ball movement is 5. Yeah. I remember. Hmm. But I don't think it works that way. Um, the different attributes are, for the most part, independent dimensions of a player, of the player's attribute sample. It's not like one of those is related to the other. No, that they obviously are. They are somewhat interconnected, but it's not like we are training this, so another attribute goes up. It's not like this doesn't work that way. Is in particular not with confidence. Confidence on the pitch is just morale, if I'm not mistaken. So overconfident confidence comes once morale is more than positive, basically. I think at beyond maximum, but that might be wrong. That said, strength specifically, I don't know if strength has anything to do with confidence. In real life, the argument can be made. At Football Manager, I don't know. So, back to the striker. If you can find a source, by the way, to back that up, like strength and hidden attribute confidence, I'm very happy to accept that. It's not like I'm entirely opposed to new ideas, right? I just don't think this is how it works. But as I keep the stuff hidden for a reason. I guess it's part of the fun. Yeah, we want to keep him away from goal this time out. This might not seem like a suitable idea, but his anticipation is really bad and his off the ball movement is really bad. So despite his running, we actually might stand a chance to keep him away from goal because we have decent central defenders with decent heading. He's not a good header, so apparently long balls. Okay, I can accept that. I definitely can. So each of us have their own opinion for that, but that's fine. We know each other at this point for a while, so we can probably both laugh about it at this point. Uh, it's by the way, this is great. For streaming, I really enjoyed it. So I think we can stop him. Blah blah. Last time we went with defending football against them. Don't let my girlfriend hear that. She might misinterpret this. And yeah, thank you very much for commenting this, but I think I will. So this was all the block, by the way. Yeah, he did. 2 goals, I think, on the counter. Not sure what to do. Let me find out something. Allow will post this to chat. I will deny this. So there, just for your awareness, Maggle Cabbage, you know what you wrote. Obviously, it's not that bad, by the way. For the rest of it, just a common phrase between men, I guess, in these kinds of circumstances. But it was on the word filter, and I'm gonna keep it there, right? Because I do not want to have that door open, if you want to put it that way. I hope you understand. All right. So yeah, he scored twice, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, maybe a little bit. You just need to rephrase this kind of stuff. But on the other hand, it doesn't serve much purpose, right? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's have a look. Is there... Of course there is. No, he didn't score twice. He scored 3 times. Hat-trick. And the problem is, we had defensive formation up until, I think, here. Maybe even here. This was the cup game, right? So we were trying to defend this from the get-go, and it didn't go down well. They created so many chances. So, in the end, the defending didn't work. Even though we were... You remember this. We tried to defend reasonably well. I think we made reasonable decisions. Marking, positioning, and concentration. So probably one of the central defenders. It's their job after all. Jared Griffiths, probably not. He's too young. If you look at these, it's really easy. So I wouldn't focus on these attributes only, right? Because there's also composure, decision making, concentration, that stuff, right? So it's the entire sample up here. What use is a defender that knows that he needs to engage and doesn't have the aggression because, you know, he's not one to go into the manly duels, if you want to put it that way. Hopefully I'm not insulting anyone right now with that expression. And no, we had Griffiths right now. Gibbing is a bit older. Again, looking at his attributes as a central defender. So you said marking, positioning, and concentration. So that's marking, positioning, concentration. That's not bad. Also, he has pace 9. And he's fairly ambitious. So whatever. But his decisions and composure are really bad. Like, he might be nervous with the tackle. He might not make the right decision despite being aware of that something needs to be done. That's just who he is. The no-nonsense center back doesn't have that problem. There's no decision for him to be made. There's no composure to be had. He goes straight towards the man and, you know, if he takes the man with him, he doesn't care. I don't think it does. Flair's creativity. It's for the creative and unpredictable. There's nothing unpredictable in a tackle. And if there is, you know, I'm not aware of it. So Cole Gibbings is a good choice on the pitch, I think, for this situation. He will probably play. Let's just have a look at Sam Jones. I think we can agree at this point that Sam Jones probably neither has the mentals nor the marking to play in that match, and he's also... dive tackling might have to do a lot with bravery. Anticipation? Sure. Flair, I don't think so. But to dive into tackles, you know, to have the head close to the pitch where other people's feet are, that's probably something that requires some bravery. We forgot a central defender. Who's available too? Pablo Martinez. Pablo Martinez is an odd case to me. He has good marking. Positioning is decent. And the entire sample of mentals is okay-ish, with the exception of composure and anticipation. So, can we see this in his performances just yet? Well, he didn't intercept that many balls as a ball-winning midfielder, for some reason. He intercepted 6 though here, so not bad. In a central defender, I'm also looking for heading, because there's a lot of long balls. And bad positioning, some jumping reach and heading might make up for it. So, seen from that perspective, Cole Gibbings is not a great central defender, because his heading is bad. He's a good jumper though. I don't know. Probably get rid of Griffiths. Yeah, that's the problem. He needs to get back to it, right? It improved a little bit. I think he was fine in a ball in a midfielder's position for some reason, though. No, he wasn't. Never mind. So, to bring him back to the pitch is probably not a bad idea. I'm not sure if we want to bring him as a starter, though. It's kind of weird to play Griffiths, but Griffiths' tactical familiarity is great. Jamie Roberts as a fullback on attack duty. In fact, do we have anyone that is specifically focused to be attacking fullback? I don't think there's anyone, is there? We should put somebody on that duty. I guess we use it there. Somebody needs to learn how to do this. Just for tactical familiarity. It's not even about the attributes at this point. I just want somebody to play in that role and to be trained for that role. So, say we use it there. Is he... Well, he's not better at it right now. So we might as well play one of the others. I'm not aware of this. Michael Cabbage, I'm not aware. I would argue, I do not think so unless proven otherwise. I would argue work rate is about, running, getting back into position once it's needed, if you are aware of it. Running towards balls, towards through balls, closing down people, that should be work rate. I think, especially in closing down, work rate is very important. So if you play like a gegenpress style of football, work rate is highly, very important. Not bad training, that's fine. He had a decent training performance apparently. Not that it helps him. He will not play. He's been booked. Red. Sure. But you can argue it's the other way. Bravery, a lack of bravery and aggression will limit the amount of times he dives into tackles. So he might anticipate that it's a good occasion, but he's not brave enough or not aggressive enough. So he doesn't do it. So seen from that perspective, aggressiveness is just, it's never a bad attribute. You want them to go in. You want them to try. It's better to try and to fail than not to try, usually. Obviously, if you have like something like sportsmanship 1, tackling 1, aggression 20, well, in that case, the combination is very unlucky. But usually you want them to try and to get into things. It's actually, I think this was the aggression thing is one of these things that got misunderstood in Football Manager most of the time throughout the history of this game. I think they changed the description every single season or every single installment just to reflect that aggression is not a negative thing. Aggression is good. It's dirtiness that is a negative thing. And dirtiness is, I think, it's basically the inverse of sportsmanship, if you want to put it that way. So it's a hidden attribute. It's straight up just sportsmanship inverted, if you want to put it that way. Not a specific thing. So the lack of sportsmanship. Then again, you can argue a lack of sportsmanship doesn't necessarily need to be a bad thing. Think the red card in the last game. We avoided conceding that way. It was the right decision. I'm fine with that. But professionalism is just doing your job. So assuming you are the last defender and the striker will go through with the ball, is choosing the red card in minute 98 Yeah, not 98, 89. If you are up one goal, so it's 1-0, is the red card not the right choice? It's a professional thing to do, to take the red card, right? Yeah, he's really aggressive and really nervous about the tackle. Good job. Same with the lack of tackling, really. If he's a really shitty tackler but has aggression 20, that's a really dangerous combination. Like, you know, the ones that you recommended. Where is he? I forgot his name. It was something Morris. Mike Morris. Well, okay, he's not that bad. No, it was somebody else. We had somebody with really great aggression and no tackling to whatsoever. A winger, I think. Probably Rooney. No, Rooney's not aggressive. His name was Jones. It's one of these. Yes, this. Aggression 15 and tackling 1. He will get in there with his 3 points of strength and 6 points of bravery. So he will be, you know, a woozy about it. I hope that's not a bad way to put it. He will pick in particular, the wrong occasion to do it, and he will hit the face on accident. So this is a really dangerous combination seen from that perspective. But the thing is, he's not a defender. So it's not his job. We can just tell him to ease off tackles, and then he will pick those occasions a bit more rarely, I'd argue. Now, if this is a central defender, very different story. He's entirely incapable to do his job. Also, as a fullback, for example. That's really bad. He will have a yellow card 3 minutes into the game. I'm a bit overdoing it here right now, but I think you get the gist. None of these is better. None of these is used to the role. Latona, on the other hand, trains as a fullback on attack duty. So that's good. He is seriously missing tactical awareness, though. Familiarity, that is. Also, Cop trains as somebody on attack duty. Do we have anyone that trains on support duty for that role? You know, like, probably not Moody, though. How did you do, by the way? Is he better suited at this point than Isaac? Yeah. Moody's in perfect. He's perfect at this point for this. I realized that he had really bad performances, but I'll still want to play him. He's the first team player there. Isaac, though, should probably come with us. Given the training rating and his recent performances, no, his recent performances went great. He needs an official warning, actually. So let Moody play. Jones, that's an obvious choice. He's our go-to shadow striker, also important player to the squad. Let him play. Moody, we talked about that. Cop, I do not think so. So I want somebody that trains on support duty here. Kevin Trainer, probably. That's really, really Batman. And not the Batman in Gotham. Tumulty. Do we want to play Tumulty? How is your tactical awareness, Mr. Tumulty? He's more or less good with it. Mentality is not strong right now, but his training isn't great either. That said, none of their training ratings is great. We need Gibson on the bench in case we want to go back to the defensive formation for, I don't know, the last 10 minutes. Nate Davies didn't train well. How's Byrne doing? Byrne is doing better. Training-wise, that is. In comparison to Davies... that's a hard one. Deep lying playmaker. Long term, I think Davies will make the run. Win this competition. That said, in the short term, Gary Byrne has a lot going for him. So we will play him. I do not think we need Lewis, actually, for this game. Given his training rating, though, we could probably leave Davies out and bring Lewis along, to have the captain on the bench. Not a bad idea. Do we need Toby Yates? Don't think so. 5.8 training rating is really bad. He will not play. We will play with target forward. I think that's definitely true. We can also rotate Jones up to the, up front, in case we want to go with counter-attacking and a poacher. So we do not need an additional striker, a different kind of striker. Or we could just use Moody or Jones. We could even use nah, probably not. But we could even use Isaac as a striker. So in case we need somebody that's fast and can score on the counter, we've got 2 options on the pitch and 1 on the bench. That's fine. I'd rather have an additional real striker on the bench, but Toby Yates didn't train well. He doesn't deserve it. Trainer, we just said, training rating's not good. Terry Cobb, 6.7 is not quite impressive. We need defenders, really. Lynn Murray, 6.5 rating. Also theirs. 6.55. So Adair played last time. No complaints with his performance last time, despite him playing central defender. I will keep him. Sam Jones will not get on the pitch. He's my assistant manager. Pablo Martinez obviously is a good choice, just for flexibility. He played well last time out as a defensive midfielder, so that's fine. Do we want to keep Darren Evans here? Or do we want to use Martin or Moody? Martin would usually be the primary choice. 6.4 training rating doesn't expect the instill confidence at this point. I don't like this. How's Evans? Because if his training rating is even worse, it's 6.6. That's not fantastic. Let's keep him for now. How's Moody? Other than being too weak. Not great either. I don't like this. So I guess Evans plays. And then we need a left back. There's no left backs to be had. Tozer? Toker? Mohamed Toker? .5 rating. He would be an idea, I guess, to have on the bench. Doesn't train well though. He's a consistent performer, on the other hand. How's his tactical familiarity, by the way? So obviously Moody's familiarity is perfect at this point, which is quite impressive actually. He's good too. I don't like his form though. So assuming we bring Toker along, Toker's not a striker, he's more of a midfielder. He could replace Lewis to a degree. Do we want to do that? So you've got a point though, Jaron Allard. He's entirely incapable to play this position. His attribute sample doesn't say he's incapable to do that. Right? He has 5 whopping points of marking and 6 points of positioning. That's not fantastic, but 7 points of tackling on a winger? That's actually quite impressive. So I guess he can come along, sure. Not a bad idea. Did you remember those? Or did you just, did you think of something very different? So we will leave those at home. Yeah. Well, actually, this is at home, so nobody will trouble. Shorter passing is fine. All of this is okay to me. So, if we lose by 5 goals this time out, at least we tried something different, right? Did I want to do set pieces? I wanted... Stream's been going for 1.5 hours now. We'll go to the game. Okay. Next match only opposition instructions. What is happening? So, we need to show him to the weaker foot, that's for sure. Also, his off-the-ball movement is really bad. I would argue we do not need to mark him tightly. We should just mark the area, and that's fine. Aaron Hillier. Yeah, I remember this guy. Let's show him to the weaker foot. He is a really bad crosser and a great dribbler. This time out, I will not ease off tackles. I think we overdid it last time. So trigger the press on him and let his bad composure show, if we can do that. He's a good passer though. Overall, I really despise this combination of attributes, because showing him to the inside just tells him that he can do a pass. But, you know, if he can run and put in a cross, he might as well put in a pass, so doesn't matter. We still need to show him to the inside. This guy is dangerous, I think. Overall, we marked him tightly last time out, didn't we? Yeah, I think we man-marked him. Due to the bad strength, he definitely needs to be marked tightly. But it'll be hard. Dan Bowen, again. Somebody with a weaker foot, fantastic dribbling. We will ease off tackles with him. It's just not viable to give away that many free kicks. Crossing's bad, passing is decent. Same story as on the other wing. Tight marking is probably not a good idea. His off-the-ball movement is great, the rest of it is great. Sure, he doesn't have the physicals, but who cares? He will outrun his marker. Louis Watkins, left-footed only. And Ocean Jones, he's a bad passer. Same as Watkins, actually. So, assuming that those are bad passers and we want them to play through them, we will try to force them into mistakes. With those, I think we will probably suffer the passing. How is pace? He's moderately fast in comparison to our striker, same as him. We have players that are faster though. I am... How are they? So, I'm trying to follow your argument here. So let me try. Never tight marking would be a good would definitely be a good idea if they are very strong, or if they have really good off the ball movement. This is not a really strong guy, and he doesn't have great off the ball movement. What it would do, though, is that central defenders would play through defensive midfielders, which have worse passing, actually, in this formation. So this might be a good idea. Yes, because his off-the-ball movement is shitty. So if we mark these two at all, if we tight mark them, we can take them out of the game. But this just implies that they play down the wingbacks, which have better passing, or go for through balls. So let's not mark those tightly. Let's not mark them tightly. Let's just close them down once they have the ball. 4 to 6 dribbling and 4 dribbling. With the 4 points of dribbling, that's probably a good idea. 4 to 6. He has 4 points of dribbling too. 4, 3 to 6. So I will tackle anyone hard that does 4 points of dribbling. With Ocean Jones, I'm not so sure. His first touch is 4 though. Yeah, tackle him hard. Get rid of it. He has 4 points of dribbling too. The problem is the players that will tackle those are that's our front row. They are not great at this. Composure is 4. Passing is 5, proing is 4, kicking is 6. This guy needs to be pressed, I think. We will try to press the keeper. And tackle him hard. Because, you know... No, he's got bravery 11. Let's not do that. So... we will try to prevent short goalkeeper distribution too. Because the long balls, we should be able to defend. We have the superior jumpers and headers. So long balls we should be able to intercept most of the time. And that's basically all it needs, right? So if we can force him to play a long ball, that's a win. The worst thing that can happen is that central defenders pick up the ball. Oh, yeah, sure, Tumulty. He can have Martin's number at this point. Adam Jones is nervous. Again. Let's go to the match. Whew. It didn't feel that long. But we debated a lot of stuff. This is on me. Am I in a talking mood? This is a bad thing on stream. Let's pump some aggression into them. I will raise expectations, will I? No, I don't want to overdo it. Sorry. Yeah, probably. But, you know, you should enjoy that stream too. So, feel free to, you know, give advice on that too, if you want to put it that way. With other people, you should be careful with that, obviously, because not everybody reacts to feedback the same way. But I imagine this to be some sort of training exercise for me, because I want to be receptive to feedback. So if I can practice this here on stream, then that would be great. Thank you very much, Mangled Cabbage. It's greatly appreciated. Well, let's do the game first, right? Because first of all, I think I need to think about this, in fact. So, but I'm also not sure if I have goals specifically. This should be offside. It is! I'm happy with this. Let's encourage the team. We didn't concede yet. There's some short-term stuff that I can think of. Journal it. That's very specific stuff though. So, given that this is a common question, I think for streamers in general, I would argue, but I want to be honest about this, right? I think we were there a few streams ago. You might have been around, you might not have been. If you offer me money for free, I will take it. I'm not rich. I do not think I will get rich from streaming. So monetization of this stream is something that I will do, but I do not see me doing any sponsorship deals anytime soon. I'm really horrible as a person to do ads for some sort of product, right? So monetization for this stream will probably be through viewers, the way you see it right now. I cannot imagine it any other way right now. And also, I will keep warning people about subscriptions. It's not like I'm opposed to do the $1.50, right? I will take those, because I need hardware, I need electricity, I have bills. This is, at this point, these are business expenses, if you want to put it that way. So they are not, the income from streaming doesn't cover that. That's just the reality of it. And but I'm also aware that this will not pay for a new graphics card anytime soon, right? So I cannot monetize the stream like this, and there's no use to trying. Seriously, like those €5 within a month, they will not change anything. That said, if you wanna put a bit from time to time into the stream, that's fine with me. That's way better than subscribing though, because subscriptions do not come with any service whatsoever. So why would you do that? And with the ads, personally, I despise ads, but given that pre-roll ads are on right now, and nobody will come and watch this stream because the pre-roll ads are just, they need to watch an ad for this stream, so they click into another stream. That's the way it works. So I need to run ads to get rid of the pre-roll ads. I would argue it's a low priority, but I will definitely say from the get-go that I will not decline the opportunity to earn money. I think that's just being honest, right? But this is like, how do I put this? If we talk about secondary income streams, this is really, really, really low on the priority. Because this doesn't earn money. Sorry. Well, Mangled Cabbage, thank you very much for the feedback. To be fair, this is the way many people think about finance in general, or economics, that is. I do this for fun mostly, yes. But I'm somebody that's quite interested in optimizing certain stuff. So, stream stickers bot. That's a way for me to figure out how things work. And monetization is part of, how do I put this? Monetization is part of it if I want it or not, being an affiliate. So I wouldn't have applied to be an affiliate if, it wasn't appealing to me to earn a few cents here and there. But I will not get rich by it anytime soon, and I do not want to turn anyone... No, I do not. It's... So, as far as I'm aware, it works that way. If you cheer with a bit, this is basically a donation. So, I get... Once it reaches $50, which it will not do anytime soon, but it might at some point. So, say at the end of the year maybe, if things are going like they do right now, or at the start of next year. So, assuming I reach the $50 payout level at some point, I will get every single bit that you spent for cheering. That also includes the 100 bits that Mangled Cabbage used at one point. And afterwards I will pay taxes on them. Income tax. 80% of it. 20% go to the stream stickers application, to the developers. So I think you spend 7 or 8 bits. 6 bits end up with me, and 1 or 2 end up with stream stickers application. That's basically for development and providing the app. And I want to be entirely transparent about this, but I just feel like this is more of a service than a subscription. Yeah, if you want to put it that way, whatever. But a subscription comes with nothing at this point. So I don't think subscribing is very useful. Also, 50% of whatever you want to give me 10 cents or pennies, sure, but there's no use in putting half of it towards Twitch at this point. Twitch will not care about that amount of money. Ah! Okay, it was offside. Yeah, thank you very much. But if there's any questions with this, I'm happy to answer that. And sorry again, Mango Cabbage, but I hope you can understand that this is important to not only to me but also to the people on stream, because I don't want to come over as some sort of greedy bastard that tries to monetize the last few cents out of his watchers. That's not the way it is. I just think, the few cents are much more. That's better to determine what's fun to you and what you think is acceptable. A subscription is a lot of money for some people. And me personally, I do not like subscriptions for most services. What a pass! Adam Jones! First goal of the game, 38 minutes into the game. Second shot, second one on target, this one in. The Shadow Striker scores? Forget money. What a great one. See? Hold with the creative pass. So, just like we elaborated at the start of the stream. To be fair, he didn't pick up the ball with the face towards the own goal. So, not with the back towards the opponent's goal. But still, it worked. Also, they didn't have many chances within the last 40 minutes. For some reason. So, we might argue that this was a good decision, technically. Great job, we will praise them. This is fine. I like this. Sorry, I gotta put a break on this for 1 second, though. There's something else that's really important to me. Under no circumstance do I, as a person, in fact, let's get rid of Football Manager for a second. Me as a person, I do never want to feel that I exploit my viewership for money. This is very important to me, because I really despise people that do this. So, whatever you do here should be absolutely voluntary, on a voluntary basis, if it requires monetization. That's really important to me. I do not want to exploit my viewership. So I will never try to get you into, I don't know, spending money and subscribing and so on and so forth. Sure, I will take it if you want to, but I'd rather not have it, if you don't like that. Yeah, but that's, I can understand that. But this is due to the fact that money is an interesting topic to me. So I'd rather talk about investing and stuff, for example. Also, finance is part of Football Manager, as you know. The problem is we cannot talk about personal finance on this channel and about financial advice and so on and so forth. Obviously, this is a gaming channel, right? So, but why? So we do not have to. Oh, nice pass towards Holt. Moody. Decent possession pass, Evans. Dummel I'll get back to the topic in a second. Dummel or maybe this is the topic, I don't know. To be fair, I know a nice header by hole. I know a few people that hate money. And I do not think this is a healthy relationship. But neither is putting everything in your life towards money. It's a tool. That's it. Ah, what a great pass. Oh. Why? This is what I feared might happen. So, we didn't put him to the inside. Yeah, he was closed down, but not good enough. His dribbling was too good. And we gave him the opportunity to play a long ball. Decent pass. That's not even a cross. It was just a decent pass. Nice ball. Holtz unable to pick it up. To be fair, it's way better than last time against them. They are. They are. That's the risk we were just willing to agree. Or we were willing to accept, that's it. We could... The thing is, if I look at this doesn't... What does this look like, actually? This is Evans. The problem is, Evans is the defensive midfielder. His job would be more or less to man-mark Hayes, actually. Hayes, though, pushes up, as we see. He pushes up towards the central defender. Same does Roberts. Evans covers the area in between them. So we're basically playing a three-man partnership here. Let's see how this turns out, by the way. Yeah. So Evans tries to cover for that. Latona did in this situation. Twice. 3 times. If we tell Evans to run with a specific person, he might not cover for the other one. I don't like that. I'd rather not do that. That's well claimed. I'm fine with it. Yeah, thank you. Good idea. So we had a look at this. He's a wingback, he's a fullback. These are Jones is the central defender. The other one is a no-nonsense fullback. No-nonsense center back, sorry. Oliver Jones is a segundo volante, actually, in this formation. That's interesting, because a segundo volante has a hidden instruction to dribble more. So, seen from that perspective, we would want them to play through him, right? He runs with the ball. So, let's mark Louis Watkins, actually, contrary to what we did at the start of the game. Let's mark Watkins tightly. We can still close him down. But let them play through Jones, which is their playmaker, to be fair, as a segundo volante. But his dribbling is not great, his passing isn't great, his anticipation isn't great, and his vision is horrible. He's really bad at it. So we should be able to close him down. And with this position on the pitch, whose job is that? I don't know. I don't think we have a specific person there. Adam Jones might do, but not sure. We can... Owen. That's well defended. It feels like we gave away the control of the match now. Hillier. That's well done. Who are these two? This is Tumulty and this is Moody. That's fine. Griffiths, Roberts. Well defended. This should be the game. The first half. Hillier. It isn't. It's yet another corner. Hopefully we can defend this one. Okay, let's get through the game first, but Mangle Cabbage, I have a question for you later on, with respect to the former topic, because I wanna adapt to what's good for you, right? So I gotta think of that later on. So we will not remind him of revenge again. Thank you very much. These do not play well. Latona, Evans, Byrne, and Moody. I think they can do better, also Tumulty. I think they can do better. We just gotta get it out of them. Overall, though, this is fine. So overall, this is good. But for these players, and they appreciate it, actually. I think that's great. I hope you will consider me at your side with these ideals. At least I hope I stand for those. In fact, I took a personality test recently. Yeah, for some reason, turned out I'm quite the guy that likes to go their own path for some reason. Not necessarily excluding other people though, but I do not care much about rules apparently. So make of that whatever you want. At least that's what the test told me. Great. Moody looks motivated and inspired. I'm a samurai? I don't know. I'm not aware of Asian culture in that way. It's quite embarrassing, really. You know, there's all those anime lovers and stuff, and I'm not aware of any of it. Oh, for fuck's sake! Seriously? Ow! This is really embarrassing. Byrne was there to tackle Hayes. There's no reason not to do it. Latona just loses Bowen because Bowen is freaking fast. Seriously. Thank you very much. Yeah, seriously. And also I need to do other sounds for this. Seriously. I will take one of those. But... And then this cross. 2 tackles. Roberts fails, Latona fails. Nobody intercepts those, and Owen is not... Well, okay, Owen's not to blame in this situation. What the actual fuck? Now we will demand more. Also, just to put this to you, my girlfriend recommends that I will do a sticker for goal scoring. So I need to scream, you know, goal! At some point. I just don't know how to do this, I'm not a football commentator. Apparently this is my new secondary job description. Well intercepted by Roberts, who for some reason was in that position. Yeah, go. If it sounds like this, I probably pronounced it wrong. That one. Gibbings, we gotta score first though. Moody. Griffiths. Holt wins the header, as expected. Moody's long ball towards Jones. Come on, Jones, run, 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 run! Fuck. You clipped that opposition goal. Like a Spanish speaker. Goal! I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. I remember those though. Moody, Burn. That's it. Somebody is frustrated by the feedback because I demanded more. Well, given that they are behind again. So either this team goes up this season and we are trying to defeat the future champions of the league. Well, I'm really annoyed by it. Look at this. He runs into Roberts. Stumbles, I don't know, somewhere. I will get him off the pitch, actually. He's on a yellow card. Okay, we have seven people on the bench, 6 now, and we have substitutes. That, I don't know. He appeared very happy. What is it though? Other than Simon Owen having a horrible performance. A bit, yes. But I don't think it affects his performances just yet. Tumulty, on the other hand, not great. Mickey Lewis seems focused. I'm actually contemplating. Byrne doesn't have a great game. So actually I'm contemplating bringing on Lewis, even though he's not. Might be the fullback. Nah, I don't know. It might be, yes. But last time out we didn't have a problem with that. In fact, it worked better last time out. So obviously we can do this. Or, you know, just change the formation and keep the attacking stuff. He's not that bad with the ball though. We had him on the pitch as a deep playing playmaker and he had some decent passes. I'm somewhat comfortable with this. Especially in the last match. So, the problem is, Maggle Cabbage, you might be right, okay? I agree with this. You might be right. Seriously. The thing though is, what are we gonna do about it now? The first thing that's wrong is that we are not trying to overlap, given that we have those there. Then we can argue we do not work the ball into the box, so maybe we should retain possession a bit more. That's probably not a bad idea, given that these are dangerous. And the distribution to the playmaker is probably overdoing it. He might be man-marked. I can't see it though. Yeah, problem is I need to do this talk now. Give me a second. This is just a Football Manager thing though. So if I edit this... Yes, we conceded, I know. Thank you very much. If we tell the goalkeeper in transition to distribute to say the center backs. Yes, but the thing is, we took this tactic because the deep defensive line did contribute to us conceding 3 goals too in the cup game. Whilst in the second half, the attacking stuff basically did nothing. I'm unable to phrase this. In the cup game, once we changed towards attacking football, we barely gave away chances and they were really bad at finishing those. All of a sudden we stood a chance. This match, for the first 35 minutes, they didn't create any chances. So, did they change using long balls or something? Because I can't see it. Where's the error? We've played with attacking football fullbacks for the entire game. We didn't give away chances in the first 30 minutes. Granted, we didn't create any either. It was, no highlights whatsoever. And that was fine. Then we scored. There was no reason to change things. Maybe, yeah. That might be a thing. But seen from that perspective, the one way to circumvent these problems would be to work the ball into the box. Nice pass by Tumulty, it's offside. Because working the ball into the box would retain possession a bit more. Maybe with a lower tempo. So we should have changed that. Doesn't matter though. We can't change it now. For some reason Lewis is up front. Tumulty. Lewis. Decent pass. Martinez, that might be offside. It is. I will definitely berate them. See, you don't need to be kind to your players. Tumulty, Latona, Lewis, Gibbings. Gibbings' long ball is not a good choice. It looked for a second like it might work out though. Long ball by Lewis. Definitely not offside. Moody. Will he cut inside? He's trying. Moody again. Holds. Roberts. Oh. Well. Finishing is probably not Roberts' core. Roll on the pitch. Griffiths, Martinez. At this point, it got back to where we started. It doesn't feel like they stand a chance. Well, they are up 2 goals against us, so they're probably fine. Latona. Ugh. What a wasteful effort. Gibbings on thin ice, he's also exhausted. Okay. Adam Jones is very frustrated. Let's bring on Gibson. I realize... The thing is, a very frustrated player is not a big contribution. So he might be exhausted all he wants, at least he's focused. Yeah, let's bring him on. I don't like it, but let's bring him on. Mohamed Toker... What am I to do with him? I guess we could use Moody for... Nah. That target man is still a threat. We could bring on Adair for Gibbings at this point. Switch those two. Adair is a right-footed player and more suited to something that's more like his usual fullback role. I guess that's fine. Toker would be a replacement for Moody, but there's not much reason to substitute Moody. He's creating stuff right now, so no use doing that. But Toker is not a striker. I cannot go back from this menu. Yeah. Let's see. We could try to do something like this. Not that it matters much. There's nobody else on the pitch that can play strike. Well, Moody could. But Moody is not a... I guess we could play him as a pressing forward. There's no... Yeah, but we are 2 goals behind. Doesn't matter if we lose this 1-5. Sure, that's his core job after all. That's it. Well, 1-1-3-1. So there's no big man though in the striker partnership. If I pull Holt from the pitch, there's no big man on the pitch anymore for the big man little man partnership. And we don't have anyone on the bench that can replace Holt. So we will see things through like this. That, or we remove the big man from the pitch and play with 2 little men. I don't think that's... We have the fullbacks to overlap there. So there's no use in putting them on a winger duty. Let's do this. Let's overload. With this. What a horrible ball. Williams, he should be closed down, at least if somebody feels like this is his job. Hillier, he gets closed down. Watkins. Pace. Decent defending. Bowen, and he just runs past everyone. Long ball by Lewis towards Moody. Moody picks up the ball. Nice ball by Moody. I guess the idea was right. Griffiths. Martinez. What are you doing? Tackle him, man. Doesn't matter anymore. It's always Bowen. So, sure, the fullbacks didn't stand a chance here. We were trying to risk it and it didn't work. Not a bad cross by Latona. Oh. Yeah, I think so. But the alternative would be to let's do a tactical revamp, right? No, the alternative is to tackle him and to give away free kicks all the time. Obviously better than conceding 4 goals, but we might have given away penalties otherwise. I'm not sure if there's a good solution for this. In this team anyway. Yeah, insert tactical overhaul sticker here. Where is it? Here is it. We definitely need a tactical overhaul. I did that myself. See? I do not agree with this though. I don't think we need a tactical overhaul. I think we need players that are capable to compete with them. With these fast guys. Some things we just can't compete with. Not with the fullbacks we have. To be fair, we fired the ones that were able to compete with that, right? McDowell and whatever the name of the other guy was. Something with W. Is there players that on the bench that need match experience? Sure. Toker. Is Moody match fit? Not yet. Gibson? Not yet. None of these are match fit actually. But Toker is the one that needs it. New drawing board, maybe. Well, we'll drop hold. I'm play Toker as a target forward. I don't care. This game's done. That was a decent pass. At least we get a corner. We have the speedsters actually. They just don't have the mentals. And also we're trying to invent some stuff all at the same time. With the players on positions they are not entirely familiar with. I somewhat feel like an idiot now, not playing the defensive tactic once more. Because, you know, it might have turned out very differently this time. With the defensive tactic. Despite losing last time out. But that Bowen guy is really dangerous. We didn't even give him that many chances, we just gave him quite quality of chances. And to be fair, this is exactly the same as last time out. And last time we were trying to defend from the start. Didn't matter. He was just too fast and too much of a good dribbler. This is what I get for talking money all day. This is your personal revenge. Thank you very much. I do not deserve this. The thing is, I don't think so. It's 5. It's not 5. Not that it matters. Who is this? Adair. Oh, Muhammad Choko and his role as a target man is offside. The idea to sign Bowen is not a bad one. In the attack, I'm not even, you know? In the attack, I'm not that concerned, actually. It's not that bad. We scored. 8 shots on goal, or 8 shots towards target at least. 3 on target. That's not great, but it's not horrible. Also, Toker apparently is not a horrible target man. Owen though, with a 5.9 rating, yeah, that will not do. He's angry to be taken off. Sure. I will throw the water bottle. Well, because it didn't work. You can be stressed all you want. It didn't work, and why didn't it work? Well, I guess because we were desperately trying to do something different. Why will it never work? Okay. Why is that? I agree with that, Charonality, yes. But we did that on purpose, right? We did it on purpose because last time out, we tried to use a deeper defensive line against the speedy wingers, and despite that, they still managed to create 3 goals. So it was basically a fuck it approach. Let's not think about it, because yes, I did. I was willing to take the risk in the hopes that we could dominate possession against them. I was wrong. Well, in fact, I wasn't wrong for the entire match. It worked for 30 minutes. Afterwards, it didn't work anymore. So, and afterwards, we conceded 4 goals. That's what happened. It is. But the problem is, if we give control to them, and they are technically gifted enough to still score goals against us, in the end, it doesn't matter. So, I was fatalistic about it. With the... might be an idea, yeah. Let's have a look at him once more. Where's Bowen? You know, hindsight is 20/20, but where the hell is Bowen? Then Bowen, here he is. His off-the-ball movement is okay-ish though, at 9. His anticipation is bad. But 13 points of pace is really damn fast for this league. And 14 points of dribbling. He can run with the ball at that pace. So even though we might stand in the back, he will just go past his fullback. His crossing is not great, but he has good passing. And the problem is, once he is past his fullback, he's a decent passer, and in the middle, somebody just needs to be there and, you know, put something on it, if it's not a hand. Which is exactly what happened. So, fullback on attack or fullback on defend duty, he would have gone past his marker. We do not have anyone that can keep up with this. I don't think so. Dubious. He is actually. He is. Because the decision making of 4, he's barely capable to do anything else. He runs with the ball down right. His decision making is so bad, he follows this trait all the time. It's not like he does anything else. The thing is, his attributes are so good in comparison to the remainder of the league. He is good enough to pull it off. So this trait fits him just nicely. His stamina is 3, by the way. He's barely capable to do that. He's just capable to do that throughout 90 minutes because his work rate is 5. So he might not do it for half an hour. Sometimes. You know, which happened. So I wouldn't even want this guy in my team. He's so inflexible. Either this works or he's useless. The problem is, it might work most of the time. I'm really annoyed. Now we lost 4 times to them, right? I'm not generally pleased. Well, altering the approach... Actually, I think that this is also something that annoys me. So, we are 3 games into the season. We played one opponent twice. We lost against them twice. Who says it's about the tactical approach specifically? Because we tried 2 different tactics against that, and it didn't work. Maybe they are just superior, quality-wise. Maybe we are just incapable of dealing with them, given our player material. So why would we alter the approach? It's not like there's a nice solution for everything. Sometimes you just lose. Also, 3 matches are not a statistically significant sample. Now, obviously, against that opponent, we suffer. So, but I have no idea what to do about them, really. We tried fullback on defend, we tried deep defensive line. We tried fullback on attack, we tried high defensive line. All that's left is balanced approach and, you know, the boring football, passing the ball around. So I guess we do that next time out. No, it will not. I do not know how to defeat this tactic, actually. I have no idea. Right now. Given their passing, they shouldn't be able to... I don't know. I guess a tactic that... not a good time. Not a good time to poke my nerves. So, but given that this is one of those annoying press conferences, I have a question for you, Mangled Cabbage, if you want to answer it. So, and this includes Charon Nollet, actually. So, Chirinol, the topic of money came up 2 times, I think. You asked 2 times for the specifics. Is the way I explained my view on this, is this acceptable to you? And was it alright for you to explain this on stream? Did it help? That's the question. And the question from Mangled Cabbage is, how would you want me to deal with this? Because apparently this is something that at least some of the audience is interested in. So would you want me to do separate, say, separate sessions of state of the channel or something like this, like Filthy does? Would this be more acceptable to you? Or... Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I hope I explained it well. It's really an ongoing thought process though. So it's part of probably yeah, but this is not how optimizing works, right? And optimizing does not specifically mean as much money as possible. Optimizing might also mean I want my viewers to have something in case they decide they want to do that. I do not want them to need to do this. Okay. Yeah. So thank you very much for that. Let's wrap up that topic for today. It's maybe you can relate to the fact that this is a hard one as a streamer. Yes, it is. It is, and it should remain that way. But I cannot close my eyes and say, well, that other stuff doesn't exist. Because it exists whatever I do. It's not about conceding at a halftime, really. Then the stream would be flooded with stickers. Yeah. That was a very conscious decision not to do that. I don't think so. I thought this wouldn't be a good idea because it would distract from the actual content too much. I'd rather have some content here and not some random bullshit on the screen all the time. Yeah, you can see it that way, sure. But I feel it's more viable to... I know. Still, I think it's okay that way. You can have a different perspective on that, obviously. Dan Bowenson is on a 10.1 rating. Yeah, 10.0, sorry. I'm really, really annoyed by this. I have no idea how to defeat those next time out. We will play them once more within this season. No idea what to do there. Okay. Yep. If you say so. So, what would be... Okay. We can have Dunshaw. We do not want Dunshaw. Yes, but apparently we didn't score a second. And we didn't score a third. And last time we tried to score on the counter, it didn't work. In fact, we conceded 3 goals while trying to score on the counter. And defend. So, I don't know. We're just bad at everything. It's probably a bad choice to put Jamie Robert. Nah, he's not that slow, on the other hand. Yeah, but it's just a downward spiral. That's not something that I can avoid. So, you said it's easy to defend them. To defeat them. So what's the argument here? You made a bold statement, right? You said it's easy to defeat them. So what's the way to defeat them then? He might, yes. He might. So first half didn't look that bad. Nobody was creating chances. Then we scored. We could have switched to the defensive tactic then. But afterwards we just... I don't know. I guess we didn't break down. I guess they amplified their performance. Decent number of passes. I don't think the average position is that horrible. They had a lot of passes down the right. That's true. Yeah, but they exploited that side very much. This guy, so this was their right defender. I remember him. Didn't happen though. We play with 2 inverted wingers that usually should try to claim the middle. We didn't. We could have tried to play possession football there and claim the middle. And just pass the ball around. That would probably have been a decent choice. So there's some sense to this, yes, but it doesn't necessarily have to do with the fullbacks on attack, I think. Yeah, and this is just a fragment here. This shot map. We gave away that many good chances because no, that's not what I'm trying to do. That's not my argument here. Sorry if that came around that way, or across. It would have been a decent choice in that situation. I think there's a point there. Because yeah, that the attacking football, even though we play with short passing, does seem to include a lot of long balls due to the high defensive line. The defensive line is high up on the pitch, so the central defender doesn't have an opportunity to play a ball, so he plays the long ball towards Holt. To be fair, Holt is one of these people that can drop off a flick on or whatever, you know, as it happened. So it's not the worst of it, but there's a high risk that we lose possession. And once we lose possession, stuff like this game happens. If we are faced with an opposition that is really fast and includes really good dribblers, because then we are unable to defend it. Yes, because yeah, pass into space is so I'm honing in on something that I do not agree with, right? Pass into space really is for players that have good movement and anticipation and decision making and so on. This is not my squad. We just don't have that. Also, pass into space and work ball into box, I don't think work with each other at all. We were trying to prevent short goalkeeper distribution. And considering now, I think it might have been wrong. In fact, maybe I did it the wrong way. We were trying to close down the defensive midfielders. Okay. Well, I gotta try. I don't think I ever did that. Yeah. With good anticipation, maybe. But there's another thing in defense that comes to mind now. So I'm trying to reflect on this. Not being emotional and stuff, which is hard. I think trying to defend against the defensive midfielders puts the aggression really high up on the pitch. So we could also do a midfield press. Just go towards the attackers with everyone. Ignore. You can say everything. Well, as long as it's family friendly and not blocked by the automat. But maybe we opened up too much space by trying to push towards the defensive midfielders. I agree with that, Sharon, yeah. I think that's how it works. So, the argument could be made that work ball into the box is more reliant on technical capability and strength, because the people need to retain possession in their current positions, whilst the other one is more reliant on, well, I guess also technicals, but it's more reliant on pace and anticipation. Well, not specifically pace, quickness, if you want to put it that way. Because they need to be able to run past their marker towards the area where the ball is at this point. And if they do not have the brains to do that, you know, there's not much of a chance. Team cohesion went down. Why is that? True. True. Moody, for example. He has acceleration and pace. Anticipation, not so great. But we're also trying to play with players that yes, they have. Thomas's acceleration is so anticipation is so bad though. Um, well, first of all, next time out is Seven Sisters. So, hopefully entirely different game. This guy's on a red card. That's off to a good start. Yeah, I remember him. That's in 19 days, though. I guess I will go back to the defensive formation. First and foremost. Set this as primarily trained tactic. Put Terry Cobb on here. So, one thing that comes to mind is I want the tactical familiarity to be much better at that point. Maybe Toby Yates can play, but I'm not so sure if Holt is really that bad. Star rating suggests it, so I guess we can have a look at it. Am I? I don't know. I feel tired. My eyes feel tired, to be fair. Okay. I'm so tired I didn't even finish my chocolate. It's friggin' hot in here. So, about the weekend and streaming. That's a... Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Sharon. I will do that immediately. Give me a sec. Let's get rid of that shirt. Apparently, this is both called a shirt, right? I want to learn this. I want to learn something today. So there will be a stream on the weekend. Yes. My girlfriend is away with her family. I declined to come with, which I like the family very much, by the way. But I wanted to have some time for myself. Some time for myself might include a stream or two. Given that you do not provoke me all day. So no tingling my nerves all the time. I might need some support, you know? I do not need to be challenged all the time. Sometimes encouragement is needed, if you do not overdo it. Oh god, it's on the internet now. Anyway, Jaron, would you be so kind? Could you please explain to me what's the difference between... This is a shirt, right? This stuff... This is a shirt too, right? With the buttons on in front. Is there a different name for this in English? I seriously do not know. Because obviously I can call this a t-shirt, because, you know, it's T-shaped, whatever. And this is not T-shaped. This is like with buttons and long, whatever this is called. But does this have a different name in English? A specific name, or is this just a shirt? Thank you. Okay. Collared shirt is like for... Is this for this stuff? Around the neck? Yeah, it's... This? On around the neck? I don't know. Yeah, it's black. Sorry. There was a white imprint on this shirt too, at some point, but it got washed away, like... Second time I put it into the washing machine. That's a collar, yeah. So it's a collared shirt. Okay. Thank you very much. That makes some sense. So for business purposes also on or in official environments, you would go with collared shirts too, right? There's a way to put it. Not with a t-shirt. Thank you, mangled cabbage. It's fine. It's not short sleeves. Thank you. It's I rolled them up the sleeves. I forgot the term sleeve though. Previously. So thank you for reminding me. That's good. Hydrate. I wanted to hydrate. So this is to the recent loss. Cheers. Guess that's completed now. Let me have a look at the temperature. 25 degrees. Temperature went up 3 degrees Celsius since I started streaming. Yeah. Well, it's something like this. I kind of like that look. Because, the collared shirt above a t-shirt. Or whatever you call this in English. It's called t-shirt in German. Well, German. Right. We included that from English-speaking countries. You're overdoing it, man. You're overdoing it. I do not know how to deal with that much. Toby Yates knows how to play target forward. That's good. Harry Cobb knows how to play, more or less. Knows how to play there. Ryan Gibson more or less knows how to play there. He trains as on. Oh, there's some sense to this. Sure, of course. Why not? There's always room for questions. I might not answer it, but you can always ask. Ryan Gibson. Ryan Gibson is on a transfer bid? No. We will not. No. We will pay him money. I do not want to lose Ryan Gibson. We would need a better Metzala. I don't know, Nathan Lowe or something like this. In fact, where's Lowe? Do you want the other hand too? I hope that answers the question. Please do not ask about my star sign next. Well-traveled midfielder. I guess that's true. He's listed for transfer. I think it's... Yeah, more or less. This is a weird way to stream, by the way. But... Is this the index finger? I need to Google this. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So yeah, the index finger is a bit longer than the ring finger. But it's different for my hands, actually. This is not symmetric. I'm an abomination. So for the left hand, the index finger is longer, like half a centimeter. But for the right hand, it's maybe a quarter of a centimeter longer. So it's different for my hands. Oh God! I do not believe in God, by the way. In case you didn't figure that out just yet. So that means one of us is better at grappling at branches, probably. Or it might have to do with creativity or so on. Finger size does matter in sports. Okay. So let me put it that way. I trust you that you think that this is important, and that you think that this has meaning. There might be medical circumstances that I am not aware of. According to what I googled, that might be totally fine, but I cannot judge this. I'm not a medical guy, so this is entirely trust based. If you want to see it that way, I don't know. Nobody wanted for you to change though. Also, I feel like this is the opposite of a mindset that speaks empowerment. So I'm kind of opposed to this. And this is not about your finger sizes though, or whatever that implies on a hormone level or whatever I just googled. And in general, I think that's just me as a person. In general, I think somebody should strive to always. But that's a general thing for me. Somebody should strive to do whatever is good for them, or for their social environment and so on. I won't. Well, that is. If you start to post adware now and Scientology stuff and hardcore porn, well, in that case, I might make an exception. But I do not think I want to ban you right now. So, no big deal. I would probably make an exception for the hardcore porn too. That's it. Twitch might not appreciate it. They might not have a problem with with religious sects though, so feel free to post whatever. In case it's bad, I will remind you. Or just drop me a message, really. Now I'm kind of curious what that finger stuff means about my ancestry. By the way. And if it matters. But I don't know. I guess I'm 37 right now and I didn't figure that out, so I might stand a chance to live on without the knowledge. I don't know. Do longer index fingers mean that I'm incapable of playing Football Manager? Am I a bad gamer due to this? I definitely googled the wrong stuff apparently. So sorry if I was insensitive. Well, Andy Rooney had a great game. Sure. There was no. I don't think he does. But I think this is great company. You too. Also other people, obviously. But you too. Um, you are at this point you are the core of my watchers. That's just how it is. Yeah, no reason to ban any of you. That's for sure. Not for now. And the only reason that came up to be slightly concerned was that auto mod activation previously, and that's what it was more of a freak accident. Considering, I want to put something out here. Considering mental health in general, I'm part of a. Well, let's not name it. Anyway, I'm part of another online community. It's not that hard to figure out. Actually, probably several. Please don't research it. You know, it's stalking at some point. But as part of this community, there's highly specific to certain topics, and there was a person there that complained is the wrong word. That tried to reflect in a post about their life and about hopelessness and stuff. So whilst everyone is was kind of nice, there is a point where on the internet, even though you care about other people, you cannot help anymore. At some point, professional help is needed. So in case anyone watches this later on, and that might be a possibility, you know, people together can help each other, but at some point, professional help might be needed. And it's hard to determine when that is. But I can say one thing for sure. I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a psychiatrist, none of it. I'm just a random person. You might argue I'm socially very incapable because I'm a computer scientist. So, if you feel bad, do not rely on my advice, please. It's just not something I'm comfortable with. Being on the internet doesn't make me an authority in anything. Other than my own stream, probably. Yeah, just wanted to say that. I don't know why. It felt like the appropriate time. I hope that's fine with you. And there's no unfriendly intent in this. I hope you picked up on that. Just, I don't know, general concern, I guess. What's with Rooney? He doesn't like his final third training. Cool. So, I guess we do attacking movement. I don't know if I'm humble. Uh, I wouldn't say that. I can be quite the ass, I think. And I don't know what a catchphrase creator is, to be honest. So I gotta Google this, sorry. Somebody that creates catchphrases to be quoted or something? Is this the intent? That implies some wisdom. I'm probably not a wise person either. Seriously. Thanks for making me laugh. Also for the bit. It is? Okay. That's my catchphrase. I also need to contribute stickers wise. I want to do this too. I also want to contribute to one thing, to the last result. This is my favorite regular sticker, by the way, so far. That's just perfect. At least to me. That fits the last defeat just nicely. Yeah, great. So there's another problem. Pre-roll ads have been on for like 1.5 hours now. Nobody's coming into the stream. Especially, I did get the big eyes and the green skin. The green skin is due to Football Manager, though. This is because of footballing pitches, you know, on my screens. So the green skin is the reflection of that. It's not me turning sick. You gotta trust me on that. Also, I will get fresh water, do a bathroom break, and we will do an ad break to get rid of those freaking pre-roll ads. So feel free to post that link, and I will look into it later on. Okay? 3-minute break. Grab something to eat or whatever. I don't know. Get fresh air. See you on the other side. Hi, we're back. I did get to read the article. I didn't get to refill my water jug though. I did find olives with garlic though. That's... I like those. Who wanted to renegotiate with Ryan Gibson again? Can anyone remember? I hate Wales. I probably don't hate Wales specifically. I hate the non-contracts in all of these clubs. Friggin' hell, now we need to find a Metzala. Or play a box-to-box midfielder and a deploying playmaker. We need it for penetration though. Joshua Rose is a Metzala. Barely, not really. I did. I didn't read the entire article. I read some of it. Yeah, I didn't read the specific measurements. Not all of them. That's not as bad as it looks at first glance. He's a really good jumper though. Not that it's a negative. Not great technicals, and he's 16 years old though. Anyone that's old enough to play in the first team, Ian Jones. Well, I don't know why we signed him at all. Dave Owen. He can. I don't think so. Sure, Kelly. Of course. Center midfielder on attack. He's got the mentals for it though. I'm not sure. I'm trying to find somebody that would be able to play Metzala, given that Ryan Gibson is gone. Um, my girlfriend, I think, prefers the black ones. I prefer the green ones. Well, I don't necessarily prefer the green ones, but the green ones come with garlic in them. The way I buy them. So given that I like garlic a lot, my social environment not so much apparently. Don't know where that comes from, but so seen from that perspective, I eat both of them. I don't care. This might not be a bad idea after all. He's not a Metzala though. I eat them both in salads, so doesn't make much of a difference to me. Sure. Where's Lewis? Are you better at something here? Advanced playmaker. That's not great. I do not want to throw out the entire tactical setup. Well, he will not be the one. Mickey Lewis, barely capable to play there at all. I do not want to play with a ball-winning midfielder in that role. Muhammad Toko really is a decent choice. Problem with him though is I don't know, it's not that convincing. Carolero maybe. He's not an attacking player though. I guess you Tumulty. That would be really weird though. Nah, we trained Gary Byrne to be a playmaker. Terry Copp knows how to play midfielder. I forgot that. He's a really bad finisher. Otherwise, he's got what it takes. Not, well, more or less. I guess we could try to play Terry Copp as a Metzala all of a sudden. Why not? That's a weird thoughts come to my mind when I think about mushroom stuff, I guess. Oh, we cannot play Cop at the same time in two attacking roles, that's true. There's a problem there. Nah, I'd rather have him out here then. Well, I didn't want to ridicule it really. I'm sorry. Um, I don't know. I don't drink either. But if it's healthier, that's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, we need a Metzala for various interpretations of need. I do eat mushrooms myself. He's fine all of a sudden. We could also try to sign Sead Korovic, but he will probably not get a work permit, so forget about that. Toby Evans, definitely not. Luke Wilson. Yeah, sure. In fact, I would try to sign Alberg, actually. I would like to have him somewhere in a squad. Again, though, no work permits. It just will not happen. Or Korovic, really. Those long shots in this squad, I would love this. But he will not get a work permit, will he? Sure, let him come as an emergency backup. We'll try this. Yeah, he get the threshold. Sure. So let's try to sign Owen. Sure. That's fine. Tommy Lazenboy, who are you? Ah, that's not great. At least we have a break now. So the Metzala is gone. Assuming Pablo Martinez gets into his role as a central defender all of a sudden. Same as Cole Givings here. Probably Doherty out here at this point. And Flynn Murray here. He's used to the role, that's for sure. He should have that covered. Composure could do with a bit of an improvement though. We had that discussion though, didn't we? Also, who would I use as a CM? Well, because we need somebody on attack duty there. We need the penetration in this area. We can always play Adam Jones, obviously. And just hope for the best. Yes, he is. He is gone. We lost a player. That's my problem. Where is it? Ryan Gibson got poached. He decided he wants to go towards Flint Town U19. I wanted to play him next match. That's it. He's gone. We might also find somebody on loan, right? Yes, I did. But to be perfectly honest, I didn't get the time to. That's a bad excuse though. But I didn't listen to it just yet. It's not like I'm not interested, but after streaming, usually I go straight to bed for some reason, because just for general knowledge information, it's midnight right now. So usually I drop into bed later on, and then the next day I just do work. So I didn't listen to it yet. I think Mickey Lewis has good stamina, yes. No, he has decent stamina. I will. But I want to give it a good listen, I want to sit down and appreciate it, if that makes sense. Not like 5 second listen and then, yeah, I listen to it. I don't want to do that. Because obviously it's important to you. So I guess I want to appreciate that. Mickey Lewis' mentals are all over the place though. His teamwork and work rate are fantastic. Ha! uh, that's one song. I'll think about it. I thought about it. So my problem with Toker is his physicals are in decline. As a Metzala, we don't play him out here right now. So that's a reasonable choice. He also, he's not natural in this position for some reason. As a box-to-box midfielder, though, he feels much more suited, and Metzala is the worst there is to him in this position. So I thought about playing him as a central midfielder on attack, but it's really about a lack of acceleration, and he doesn't have a great finish. So I guess he could do. I mean, it's not like we have a choice, right? And he will not play as an inverted winger anytime soon. We tried to sign him for the first team. He didn't make it for very long. So why not try to train him as a Metzala? Get rid of the corner stuff. And I honestly don't know. improve his anticipation, I guess. So say we played Toker here. Where is he? Here. The good part is there's 17 days off. So that's good. We gotta talk to the players though. Let's give him a week of training first. I didn't decide on that just yet, Journal. I really like overlapping fullbacks. It doesn't necessarily need to be on attack duty though. And to be fair, in with Jeder AK, we had quite good performances. We had quite good performances, not with fullbacks on attack, with wingbacks on support. There's a bit of a difference there, even in the setup. A wingback on support might they drift wide with the ball more often than not. It's not so much about penetration in a towards goal sense. It's about penetrating the opposition on the wing at the byline, if you want to see it that way. So if we can use somebody to do that, I would be very happy to reduce those from fullback on the attack duty to support duty. But the fullback on support duty, that's just a box standard, no instruction role. So if we end up with a fullback on support duty and instruct him to do attack duty stuff afterwards, it's not much of a difference. I thought about that. So this is defensive formation, right? In the defensive formation, there's a real problem with the deep lying playmaker. As long as the deep lying playmaker is in the central midfield too. Because the deep lying playmaker here is too high up on the pitch to receive the ball from the central defenders. The way we resolve this with Jeder AK in a positive formation, that is, in a positive mentality, is that the deep lying playmaker-ish type, we use the register, dropped back into defensive midfield. And we had a box-to-box midfielder as well as box-to-box midfielder as well as a Metzala in front of him. So there was no specific defensive player in that setup, but it worked just fine. Basically, due to being a possession-based system, there's an entire YouTube video about this stuff. Not specifically about that role, but about the way we played, and about the way we got promoted that way. So, it feels like a deep lying playmaker would be in a defensive setup would be more useful if we play two defensive midfielders. So basically this. Yeah, it's the way we got promoted as well as the way we got fired. That's entirely true. I agree with this. So, although I would need to watch the old streams to determine if this is really the way we got fired. This might not be true in the end. It might have to do with a lot of tactical mingling and, misconceptions about the transfer window and stuff. Do you remember? That's something I'm actually I do not think I figured out how to use a deep lying playmaker at all at Football Manager. That's a broad statement, isn't it? True. True. Uh, no, but a box to box midfielder, that's something I figured out, I think. More or less. Box to box midfielder can use somebody to cover behind them though. Same with a Metzala, that's fine. So that's okay. Nah, he is not. It doesn't make a difference. The problem for both of them is bad anticipation and not a good finish. Let me have a look here. This counts as 2-star because, well, acceleration is bad, anticipation isn't that great, concentration doesn't matter anymore. So it's bad acceleration, sorry. But a Metzala also needs the acceleration. See? Also, his flair is not that great. I don't think he's a really good choice for this position. He could be box-to-box midfielder alongside Lewis, though. So not alongside, but either of them could be box-to-box midfielder. Yes. Same with Lewis. To be fair, Lewis is not a great box-to-box midfielder. Lewis should be advanced playmaker. Now I'm getting into uncharted territory all of a sudden. Assuming please don't make me do it. Assuming we want to play an advanced playmaker, which is entirely possible. Yes. Assuming we want to play him as an advanced playmaker. If we play him up front, in his, core role as an advanced playmaker in attacking midfield, this implies that we need somebody to cover for him. We have enough defensive midfielders, not a problem. In fact, we probably have too many defensive midfielders, so that's a good idea actually. So something like this. I will abuse this formation now. For that reason. So assuming this is not a shadow striker, this is Lewis. Where the hell is Lewis here? Assuming this is an advanced playmaker, say on support duty because his dribbling is not great. And we get rid of... No, let's just keep it for now. Not that the specific instructions are really important. Assuming we play him like this. In a possession-based system, because, if you want to get the most out of a playmaker, you want to have a lot of short passes and a lot of passing stations for him. In this role here, he will probably find some space. He's an advanced playmaker with off-the-ball movement 5 and anticipation 4. Yeah, we have that. We can also have these push up a little bit more and go for, possession-based higher defensive line, get the ball back for early. So that's different than what we did with Jederhochdarts formation-wise, but it's not different style-wise, if that makes sense. There's also not a reason to include a poacher all of a sudden here, but we could. We might change it on a match-to-match basis, depending on what's needed. Target forward or poacher. Not specifically including a shadow striker anymore, though. So Adam Jones might go back to being a poacher all of a sudden. And we have too many target forwards. And in the back? Who knows? Maybe. But we do not have great inside forwards. We just don't have them, quality-wise. There's nobody that fits that description. Inverted wingers are probably better. Just because we have them. Following the midfielder on defense is not a problem. We have enough of those. Somebody here can play this. Deep line playmakers are available too, but I do not want 2 playmakers on the pitch. So, what does that leave for Gary Byrne? Deep lying forward? It might be a typo. I'm not opposed to a Segundo Volante for example. That's also a playmakerish. There's some playmakerish attributes to him. Register? Hold is not a deep lying forward though. Or Yates. They do not have creativity. Not to that degree. They can be deep lying forwards. Yes. But then, so this kind of asymmetrical style, I played one of these formations in Football Manager. I don't think they work anymore, or not that good. So it's more something like this. So then we can play him as a box-to-box. And this guy can remain the way he is. But this is a very aggressive formation. Holt has pace? Nah, man. Holt is the opposite of somebody that has pace. Yes, whopping 5 points. This is not the new attacking tactic, no. Given that I do not use this tactic very much, I'm just trying to figure out what the current playing material is best at. I guess I'm doing a tactical revamp. But I do not want to get rid of the other 2 tactics. I think they have a spot. They deserve to be there. The problem is we just lost one of the core elements. So I'm trying to figure out what's left. Because we need to get through this season with reasonable results. I could play him as a deep lying forward, yes. It's not like he's horrible at it. But I would rather use him as a target forward. It's not much of a difference anyway. But the deep lying forward has instructions that are not good on hold, I think. Give me a second. Taking more risks and moving into channels, specifically. Taking more risks is for low percentage passes, and moving into channels is for good off-the-ball movement. His off-the-ball movement is 7. I do not think this is great. Anticipation is 8. That's not great either. Plays with back towards goal is fine for a deep lying forward. In fact, that's fantastic. Same with a target forward. Why? That's not much different of a deep lying forward. It's just the target forward uses brute force, and the deep lying forward uses technique. I don't think that's true. Maybe your perception of a target forward is somebody that tries to score. That's not what a target forward on support is. Target forward on support duty is more or less a deep lying forward, just with brute force and not so much with technique. It's not that far off. Taking more risks though, passing risks is not one for Hold either. He has passing 7, vision 7, and technique 6. It's not horrible, but he's not great at it. So I'd rather play him as a target forward. Yeah, but this is not his job either. He's seen from that perspective, we want him to be the wall, basically. We want him to lay off passes. They might be simple ones though. Exactly. As I said, this is not his job. His job is to lay off the pass for the other ones to drive it forward. This is not a true number 9. This is a false 10. So this is best paired with a false 9. You know, this way. Probably not with Lewis, but this way. False 10 and a false 9. It's not a false 9. They don't call this a false 9. But the Shadow Striker is the striker here. The person in midfield is the primary striker that should score the goals. I don't agree with this, no. I don't think it's completely useless. It's just that Holt is not the one to pick up the through ball in the end. Holt might either the counter attack goes down the wing, and Holt has enough time to arrive in the penalty area. In that case, he might be at the end of the attack. But more often than not, Holt will be the one to be in midfield, in attacking midfield, whilst everyone is behind him, and Holt will be the one to play the pass towards the wingers that run past him. I don't think so. That's I guess there's a point there, but it's not necessarily true, I think. Yeah, we could do that. It's not a bad choice. I'm also thinking about making this attacking tactic less attacking, if that makes sense. Because attacking with a Shadow Striker I very much like. But we give away possession too much. Can we see this on the last match? I might get rid of the fullbacks. Megal Cabbage will probably give me a string at this point. You know, to hang it from the ceiling, so I'm prepared. But not a good joke. How's possession stats? We had 53% possession. That's horrible dribbling. So this would include some width, taking fewer risks, cross from deep and hold position is totally fine. For Flynn Murray, also for everyone else, attacking or no attacking. Assuming we do the same here. Latona can actually do this. Maybe on support duty. Because on support duty, getting further forward is fine. This implies that the playmaker in this formation should be on the right side though, for the ball-winning midfielder to cover for Latona. So say we change these two. It's tactical tinkering, isn't it? Well, we've got the time. There's 17 days to go, so we can tinker a little bit. This includes more pressure on Pablo Martinez. Given that Byrne is the playmaker and might be further up on the pitch. Which is fine, because Gibbings needs to be covered a bit more by Harry Martin, for example. So Latona pushes up a bit higher on the pitch. With some creativity, he doesn't necessarily need to cross or whatever. We will determine this later on. He just runs wide with the ball and gets further forward. It's not even necessarily required for them to overlap that much. We just want them to drive into the space at the byline. That's all we want of them. I don't like to play two deep-lying playmakers. I feel that's too much. Same with one DLP and one advanced playmaker. There's a hidden instruction that forces them to pass towards each other. So they will pass towards each other most of the time and not create that much. I don't like that. I want the playmaker to be the creative element of the squad. And include runners and stuff. So if we walk the ball into the box in this situation, not even necessarily play out of defense. We can though. In this setup, I guess we can. Then we need inverted wingers. So say we play Toka here and Terry Cop out here, because why not? Because he's on attack duty, training wise. But it's not like it matters much. Say we play Tumblety. I don't care. Yeah, what? A deep line playmaker and a DM? Yeah, sure, but what's the difference? He's not great at this. In fact, I was going to think about that. Because we have a problem with those, and that problem is they are not strong enough to be ball-winning midfielders. They are not strong enough to be defensive midfielders at all. I don't like that. Anchorman still needs strength. He has really shitty composure. For some reason, he's considered to be a 2-star Segundo Volante. I don't know why. Halfback. You can forget about all of these. The defensive midfielder is probably the best, but it includes some really horrible gaps. The ball-winning midfielder doesn't need a composure. He needs bravery, though. This is no good. That's why we signed Evans, right? He's a little bit better there. Might also do as a defensive midfielder, even though he's not great at it. Same with the Anchorman. So Evans makes some sense here anyway. In the defensive formation, these two need to change. Jones needs to be dropped to the left, I guess. And Byrne needs to be box to box in this situation. Does this work? Yeah, whatever. So this is wrong now. So now we would play a short passing style, try to work the ball into the box in a more patient manner. This is still an attacking formation, but the rules are much less attacking. So, seen from that perspective, this is a false attacking formation, if you want to put it that way. We dropped the aggressiveness. In fact, there's barely anyone that penetrates opposition, which makes sense, given that we try to work the ball into the box. So we get back to Jidder Hogdal's style. Yeah, exactly. And these people out here, they are not great at it, but the wingbacks might be the problem here. On the other hand, these are not specifically weak, considering the star rating. There's not an obvious weakness in this setup, other than Darren Evans maybe. I wouldn't. That's probably overdoing it. I do not want to distribute to playmaker specifically, I just want to roll it out. It will find a playmaker if there's some way to do this. I'm not sure if the high press is a good idea. I think with Jidder Hogdals, for most of the time, we did a mid block with a higher defensive line. And that was due to the fact that we had problems covering the entire area of the entire pitch. It might be suited here too, to be a bit more compressed. Jones doesn't help much with the pressing either, so he's not a great help. And in the other tactics, we would drop back to wingbacks on defend here, for training purposes, that is. So they would run wide with the ball, but otherwise it's the same rule more or less. That's not unsuited for this tactic. That's fine. Same here. Back to wingbacks. I realized that wingbacks are usually for 5-man defense, but in Football Manager this works just fine. Do we want to play a friendly? I don't know. I guess the false defense was there from the start, if we look at the goals conceded. So given that we play Seven Sisters, we need to find out which tactic is more important right now. Yeah, we should. We should. Barry Jones is the only one we know about, really. He's on the short list for some reason. He doesn't have great jumping reach and strength. Dribbling is okay-ish. He's rather fast. Off the ball movement and anticipation aren't that great. So with good positioning and concentration, we should stand a chance to defend against him, right? It's not like we cannot defend this guy. With a deeper defensive line, probably. Or the other way, but the other way around, he is more likely to include his pace and acceleration. Also, he will not play, so whatever. Forget whatever I just said. Now let's wait for the scouting report though. That will probably include some attributes for those. Which brings me back to the question, do we want to play a friendly? Because a friendly might include some match sharpness and so on. 16 days off is a long time. Barry? What's with Barry? Is his name Barry? Yeah, Barry Jones. I think so too. Because otherwise we lose all of the sharpness. This will not earn us any money. This seems reasonable. French Quins. Whoever that is. These are all absurdly expensive. Playing an away game. I don't want to risk that. The income is somewhat random. The fee is that fee is fixed. So let's play those on Sunday. Then there's 12 days in between. In that case, let's go to training. Include match practice here. And there's another thing that's really concerning. This dynamics, this team cohesion rating needs to go up. The bad vision and decision making. That's basically a torn hamstring to us. I don't like that at all. We need to get rid of this. Preferably not including new players into the squad. I realized that I made a transfer offer for Metzala. So, I don't know. Maybe he will not come. Maybe he comes. But that needs to go away. So what can we do about it? I guess team bonding and teamwork. Yeah, this is a case of doing the match Friday schedule. Exactly. Okay, so like this, is there a difference to this? There doesn't seem to be a difference between all of the pre-match sessions. Yeah, and it will not make much of a difference. Like there's 5 days off after the overall training, right? So that should be fine. None of this is physically demanding. It's the same with teamwork, attacking movement, and defensive shape, and so on. But in general, I agree with this. Yeah, $1,000 of income. Okay. Hmm. I see. On the other hand, if there's any day I can include it, it's probably there. There's also this. This is no good. Now that they agreed to it, we'll do a match preview here. There's at least it increases team cohesion, right? So the goal is to get this into the green level. This should be a smaller club. Grange Quins. Cardiff Grange Harlequins. Okay. This is not a rival, right? One of our feeder clubs is a rival to them. Cool. So I guess that makes us somewhat rivals, but not really. Associate rivals, yeah. Let's call it that. There's something that I've been missing here, though. And I think that's. I made a decision to go towards Wales because I wanted to do something out of my comfort zone to a degree. But I do not like all of that non-contract stuff. It's not like I'm opposed to the non-contracts in general. I like to have them in a team, but at least for first team players and or I don't know, at least give me the possibility to sign star players on a real contract. And I'm just talking part-time contract. Doesn't even need to be full-time. I just want to be able to get fees for players. Being annoyed about a chairman accepting fees for 5k. That's totally fine with me. But actually, that's something I really enjoy about Football Manager. And I realized that this is money again. But I enjoy this kind of stuff. So that's missing to me. But we cannot convince the chairman to give us the opportunity to give them decent contracts. Shall we pay him a visit? We can go back to Sweden and watch Jytte Hochdahl's matches if you want. Watch Phuket one more time. That's a lot of money, right? The problem is not with the ticket prices. Ticket price is probably $10. The problem is the travel towards Jytte Hochdahl's. First you take the airplane towards, I don't know, Oslo probably. No, not Oslo. Stockholm! That's it. Oslo is in Norway. I'm really great at this. Special thanks to Mika Billion at this point. No, seriously. So first of all, we take the trip towards Stockholm, and afterwards, we probably take the car. Or, I don't know. A tractor, I guess. At some point. To get towards Jytte Hochdahl's. It's not an easy to... it's not a place that's easy to reach after all. At least that's what, I don't know, the map taught me. And travel costs and stuff. You remember. Did Jaron Nolliv leave us? That makes me sad. Probably has something to do with his phone or... oh, I don't know. Yeah, secretly dropping drones is not a good topic these days. But sure. We could try. The squad's general character had a positive effect lately. What's the general character of the squad? Please tell me the general character is professional. Where is it? It's professional. This is fine. What? Let's find out. They are 15th in the Swedish First Division North. Oh, this is the third league. They are going down hard. That's a new one. I don't know this guy. Oliver Swan is listed for transfer. He's unhappy. The club got relegated. No big surprises there. Yeah, poor guy. I would take him in a heartbeat, but, you know, not a chance. Anton Ishak is still... They offered a contract to Anton Ishak. That's not on me. Here. Not much of a change to him, right? History says he made 18 appearances this season. Had 1 assist. Barely an impact. I guess that's better than what he did with us, but yeah. With the exception of that one particular hat-trick that you might remember quite fondly. Hopefully. They are going down though. Look at it. If not for some absurd reason, they manage to start winning all of a sudden, they will end up in the 4th league again. And we need to do it all over again. Or somebody would need to do it all over again. We got them promoted to the 2nd league and then got fired, and now they are going back down to the 4th. This feels like in pen and paper role playing. There's you know, you create entire villages and stuff, entire cities, in your mind, obviously, but also there's a lot of preparation that goes into this kind of stuff, and but also you determine, you know, events that are world shaping sometimes. So some of these events might destroy what you created previously. For example, you flesh out a city for months and use it within your group, and later on it burns down, or whatever. And then there's ruins of the city, and all of the people that you created, in your mind for your players, they all die. Or not everyone, but it's obviously not a happy result. It feels that way looking at Yellow Hawk Dolls right now. It feels like I abandoned them, even though they fired me. And now things are really going horribly wrong. Razak seems to get closer to what we need. Yeah. And in this case, their board means the chairman. Nobody else. We want to set this as the primary tactic now. But we won't... Oh, fuck. Yeah. I think it's this. This way? Yeah, this way. I will not play... I will not play the ones that trained well or anything. I will go for sharpness. So I guess that means Toby Yates plays. I didn't. Magnus Henriksson. This is as a player. The former manager of Umeå. Wow. They got relegated too. I don't know. It is. Football in general, though. Yes, I think. We will reduce this training to support duty for now. I don't think we need it. Put him on more technical training, I think. Given his vision, he really needs passing. Guess Moody needs match experience. Well, not match experience, he needs sharpness. Why not include Sam Jones? Then Murray for sure, but most of these will come along, right? Oh, this is trainer, not Toker. Hmm. Yeah, we'll bring along everybody. Everybody that is not 100% sharp. And afterwards, we will bring along the rest. Ugh. So I guess Simon Owen can stay at home. We do not need a third keeper. Yay, Charonelid is bad. Did your phone die or something? Alright, I don't care much about that. Let's get to that friendly. But prior to that, we should have a look at their training. That's fine. At this point, that's fine too. I do not like the performance though. Tahiti trains well. Hopefully he plays well too. Fullback on defense is no longer a thing. It's wingback on support these days. Still needs the pace. Darren Evans following midfielder on defense is still a thing. I don't know if the specific focus on pace is that useful. Let's go with defensive positioning. Oh. Didn't you want to do groceries tomorrow? That sounds really... I guess doing them today is a good idea. Doing them now is a good idea. So you don't have to do it tomorrow. Great. Please don't watch on the phone while driving or something like this, right? But you probably know that. A special request for groceries or for me. So he needs dribbling. For shrimp is good. Shrimp sounds delicious. Soft the ball movement is absolutely bad. Colby Gibbings as a central defender, there's not much we can do here, other than criticize his training. He did somewhat okay. I will not praise this though. If Holt had really good training level, that would be fantastic. He doesn't though. His performances are totally fine. Not worried about that. This is fantastic more or less. Adam Jones. Sam Jones trains well, apparently. No additional focus for him because he's on a coaching course right now. How's he doing, by the way? Let's not look at that, will we? Luca Latona will play. He will train fullback on support, wingback on support now. That stuff, that's not that important. Let him have long throws. Because, yeah, I guess there's bad attributes in this sample, but who cares? Mickey Lewis. I guess he's still box-to-box midfielder. Bad circumstances in general for him. Martin doesn't train well. 6.5 is not good enough. The agility and balance are really bad. Just about the agility though, and the bravery is the same. Really bad. For a ball winning midfielder, this is no good. Pablo Martinez has no good training. Quickness training serves some purpose though. That's fine. I can see why we do that. I think that's okay. Gary Moody, for some reason, has decent training, actually. A decent rating. I guess we praise that. That's not good. He also needs quickness, that's true. Pace is really bad. Morgan Moody as an inverted winger out there is fine with me. More or less. Training isn't that great. Simon Owen on his 7.6 training rating is fine. This guy should play the way he trains. Maybe we should give him an appearance on the pitch at some point. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine too. That's fine. We have those. That's okay. Sure. So now everybody is on a in a training that matches their new roles. We might even go with wingbacks on support duty here too. Just for shits and giggles. So everybody has the same roles. So we have a slightly more offensive wing. And we will play So Waitak. You know, he trains well, so he might as well play in this friendly. Give him some time on the pitch. We will do the friendly, and afterwards I will wrap up the stream because I'm friggin' tired. Or, I don't know, I will look for some shrimp, maybe. Ooh. Teamwork probably didn't improve much. Why is this all teamwork sessions, by the way? Didn't I include dynamics here? Weird. Who the hell is this? Huh. He's on a short list for no work permit, so I guess we can remove him, yes. Great talk. There's a scouting report for Seven Sisters. Does that give us insight into their player base at this point? That's better, yes. It's not great, but it's something. We will get a second report though, right? No big deal. So, friendly or no friendly, against a non-league team like Grange Quins, we should win. No. 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 You will not. They might even give him a real contract. We just can't offer that. Pulisic is with Inter. Okay. We played friendly. There's no... What? Apparently there's no opposition instructions to be had. Let's just go there. Sure. That's probably a bunch of grayed out players, isn't it? Off to a great start, Cop. Off to a great start. Doesn't seem like we create chances. That was a foul. Cop. Hooker. Oh, that's the first shot. Encouragement is probably a bit... I don't know. Bombs. Intercepted by Doherty. Top. That's offside, isn't it? It is. And the encouragement was fine for Jones and Griffith, but not otherwise. Doherty, Jones, Doherty, Moody, Byrne, Jones. What the hell, Adam Jones? It's your job to score. That's an interesting way. No, it's offside. Okay. Heffernan, Fleming. And Sam Jones picks up the ball. Griffiths. Sam Jones again. Long ball towards Yates. He doesn't win the header. Adam Jones wins the ball though. Cobb. Moody. That's offside, isn't it? Oh, of course it is. Free kick by Byrne. That's a penalty. Great. We take those, even in friendlies. Adam Jones can take the penalty, that's fine with me. Let him do that. Sure. That should settle the mood. Cool. That's a decent penalty too. I'm happy with that. That's fun. So hopefully we can kick on without conceding. Oh yeah, so Vaitak is in goal. True. That should be offside. It is. Free kick by Byrne. Wonderful free kick by Gary Byrne. What a goal. If only he could do those, you know, in league games, not in friendlies. I'm not complaining. Wow, that was really bad goalkeeping too, right? Goalkeeper should have catched that one. That's decent defending. Short passing, that's okay. And we get a long ball for Griffiths. Yates drops. Jones, Adam Jones with a nice pass. Barely intercepted by Hefferman, I think. Mohamed Toka's corner. That wasn't too far off. Let's praise them. Some encouragement is needed, I think. No, not encouragement, but some positive feedback is needed at this point, I think. That's not bad for a dare. Cross from deep. Ah, it wasn't a great cross. The quality of the crossing was the problem. The fact that he went for the crosses, that wasn't bad. I like that. Doherty, Byrne, Moody, Griffiths, Byrne, Mohamed Toker. That's a killer ball towards Cobb. Cobb. It's another penalty. I guess we also take 2. So let's see if Adam Jones can score a second time. What a penalty. Good one. I'm thinking about the impact of this penalty and of this result on morale. Hopefully that gives them some good mood, at least. They didn't create that many chances, though. Oh, Yates nicks the ball off the central defender. He's out on his own. Took the shot. That was a highly speculative effort, though. And it was blocked. Everman. Fleming. Holmes. Evans. And this is all there is to it. Griffiths, Jones, Byrne. Byrne doesn't find a great passing option. So Sam Jones does. It was Adam Jones, Yates, and what a killer ball towards Cobb. Ah, it's not in. You need to score those, right? But the killer ball by Yates was really great. Burns corner. That's it for now, isn't it? That's it for now. So, we picked a friendly opponent that's really weak. Oh, apparently this is a rivalry, by the way. Great! This might actually be one of the local rivals, which might give us appreciation with the fans. I wasn't aware. Interesting choice of a pass by Griffiths. Burns free kick. Nah. Byrne finds Moody. Byrne, Griffiths. Doherty? Well. I guess at least he tried. I'm whelmed though. Slightly underwhelmed actually. By the clear offside. Mohamed Toker tries to find some energy in his legs. That might be offside too. Adam Jones. And it is. Byrne, Gary Moody, Griffiths. That's another long ball. Cobb runs past his marker, if we can call that marking. Cobb, Mohamed Toker. The inside forward. at the end of a header. Maybe, yeah. That said, I'm not so sure, and maybe we should use this to improve morale, actually. I also think... I don't know if this is reliable information. Like, what would we get from the result? A way to beat them? Maybe, yeah. But don't we need a way to beat the next opponent? First and foremost. That's the first chance Twins have on this game. So shouldn't we arrange a friendly with the next opponent instead? Over there. French. Monk. And so Waitak. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. In fact, I tried to arrange another friendly, right? Long ball by Sovaitak. Yates doesn't win the header. Does Keefe? I think so. All French. Monk. Intercepted by Doherty. Okay, we are 60 minutes into the game. We absolutely need to avoid that somebody hurts themselves. So we will rotate. Not all of them, but more or less all of them. Martinez can come on. Martin can be defensive midfielder. Darren Evans can be defender. He can come on. Nate Davies can be deep line playmaker. Isaac can be on the right wing. Trainer can be on the left. I will bring on Moody as a shadow striker just because there's no other shadow striker available, and like this. I think that's it. Cobb at the byline. Jones manages to get to the end of this ball. Yates. Mohamed Toker. That's not a great finish. I would have very much preferred not to go back to friendlies, by the way. If only we would have remained in the cup. Latona, Trainer. So we substituted everybody, by the way. Trainer, Holt. It's an idea. Overall. So, at this point it doesn't look like this tactic doesn't work at all. At least against inferior opponents, we stand a chance with this. Now, if only we can pull that off against opponents on our level. Latona's cross from deep. Holt. That's an error indeed. Oh, what a finish by Holt. Interesting long shot. Not sure why he did that. Try it. Evans. That hit the back of his head, didn't it? Moody. Moody running with the ball. Martin. Trainer. Oh, it's the other Moody. My bad. Evans. We got two of those. Davies. Martinez. And a long ball. That will be picked up by Isaac. Interesting, and Moody scores. So, I guess he can work as a shadow striker too? Who could have known? That was a bit accidental though, wasn't it? Yeah. Ball didn't intercept the ball, or I guess he did somewhat, but it evaded him. Holmes, Moncher, Hall. That's not a problem. Holt picks up the ball, finds Morgan Moody. Is his name Morgan? I'm not sure. What's your name, Moody? It's Morgan. That's a nice penetrating pass. Clay picks up the ball. Fine. And a long kick by Clay. For Trainer. Nah. Not this time. Heffernan, actually. Not Hefferman. So that's my bad. Launcher. Eve. We get a corner. Well, we concede one. He didn't decide prior to the match at all. We don't know. So this entire tactical revamp with, you know, the best player in the squad, at least what considering scoring, might be no good in the end. Because he doesn't want to stay. I don't know. We will lose him in 2 days or something. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe he stays. But he's a former perfectionist after all. And totally unreliable. That's a nice penetrating pass for Holt. Ah! That technique though. It smashed the crossbar and the circle it made afterwards. It nearly went into goal. I did. Isaac, that's a nice pass for Holt. Could have been a bit better though. Morgan Moody. That's not a good corner. Neither is their counter-attack though. That's really bad. I want to look at something here. We are doing a mid-block in this situation. We do not press the defensive line. Not that much anyway. Despite that, it worked out fine in this match. I should probably do that more often, adapt the defensive line a little bit. Especially in circumstances where either the central defenders are really dangerous, or we are just incapable of covering the entire pitch with the pressing. Trainer Morgan Moody. He will not have a second one today. Or will he? Long ball towards Holt. Flaming gets injured. That's a sad story. Well, in a friendly, it's always sad. That said, this is a grayed out player, I think. Not like these are known to us. No. None of these exist. They will be gone afterwards. Moody wins the header. Martinez, Isaac. Will this be a long shot? Martin. Doesn't look like it. Martinez, Flynn Murray. It's not a long shot, it's a cross. Not a bad one, actually. So that's fine. Flynn Murray, Martinez. And a possession pass towards Clay. Evans. Davies. Evans again. Martinez. Will he find Davies? Yes, he does. Come on, Nate. What a ball. Great killer ball. Trainer. 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 Third time. We take those. Fine. That's good. So, there's another goal for Mr. Holt. It didn't seem like that counter-attacking situation came to anything. But sometimes we just need a target man in the middle of the pitch. In this case, you know, close to the goal. Good stuff. 2.5 minutes to go, including stoppage time. That's probably it though for today with the goal scoring. It is. Also, this was a counter-attacking situation. I don't want to over-interpret this, but especially given the weakness of the opponent. But the argument by Mangled Cabbage previously was that Holt is entirely useless in counter-attacking situations. That's not true, and we can see it here once again. That was a counter-attacking situation, and this should have gone in, right? But it's not like this was Holt's fault. He created that counter-attacking situation, actually. So I will not complain about his inclusion. What's going on here? Nothing. So actually a target man on the pitch in a counter-attack might make some sense. Even though he's not the one to finish. Or he might finish. But target man on support works fine. He created a nice, a really nice penetrating pass for Trainer. And he scored. Both were at the end of counterattacks. Or not at the end, but both were related to counterattacks, so that works. It might not with better opponents though. Because this is friendly after all, right? Yeah. I agree with this. Yeah, obviously with better attributes and better penetrating players in these situations, it gets easier. But we might stand a chance there. I'm happy with this, everybody should be happy with this. At least for now. So, it's 1 AM over here in Germany. And I'm not as young anymore. I will not do this until 5 AM. It's the weekend though, and I will have some time on my hands. So I will continue this tomorrow. There's no scheduled time. Jaron Nullet might still be awake once I start out. For everyone else, you can probably get to bed and get up tomorrow. And maybe we will continue with another friendly. But for now, that's enough. Thank you all very much for watching. The good company, the quite encouraging conversations, I think. Yeah, we will see each other tomorrow. Thank you too, sir. And enjoy your shrimps. Good night, everybody. Bye.